Welcome, welcome. We are so excited that you're joining us for day two. We see the chat popping off. Ed from Florida, Kelly and Anna Schnabek land. Who else we got here? Oh, I see some folks back from yesterday. Welcome, Juan Vargas. Welcome, Luis Fisher. Really excited to get started soon. But before we get started, I'm going to pass it over to Jen Wickham, who, if you're here yesterday, you got to hear from her. And she's going to tell you a little bit about the film festival and the raffle we got going on.
Hanzu. Good morning. I am so excited to be back with everybody, and it's really cool to see where everyone's from in the chat. I see some folks in Anishinaabe territory and Coast Salish territory. Always have a little piece of my heart, Lekwungen lands. So we are going to see another fabulous film today. And then we are going to have this afternoon a panel with all the women from 6 communities from the front lines do a panel with us. And right after the panel, we're going to do the draw for the raffle. And so I have still been adding donations from folks last night and this morning. And so if you haven't checked it out recently, go give it a look, give it a share, buy some raffle tickets. I think if everyone in here just went and bought 10 raffle tickets, which is $10, I think that we would be over our goal for the whole weekend, but we're definitely going to keep that going for y'all. So we have been updating regularly. Revolution earrings, like who doesn't want revolution beaded earrings? Oh my God, I do. Only Child Handicrafts is an amazing Indigenous beader. And yeah, there's so many folks that have donated, and we are so grateful.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. And you can find the link for the raffle in the chat. But we are so happy to have you here today. My name is Sam Vinal. I started Mutual Aid Media probably about 10 years ago now, if I think about it. And I directed the film you're going to see today called La'oi Levi, Water is Life, From Standing Rock to the Swamp. And at Mutual Aid Media, we try to create tools that are visual tools for organizers to use. I think film can kind of be this passive experience sometimes. But what do we want? We want people getting organized. We want people fighting for their rights and joining in the struggles and listening to those most affected on which way we take the struggle. And so before we get started, I just want to give a big shout out to all the festival sponsors who made this happen. We have School of America's Watch holding down all the tech. Yesterday, a friend was like, this is the smoothest film festival I've seen since quarantine started. And that does not come without a lot of hard work to make it seem like it's easy. So thank you, School of America's Watch. Thank you, Candace, Deb, Brigitta, and everyone else working on this. And I also want to thank our other film festival sponsors. We have the Center for Latin American Studies, Vanderbilt University. We have Witness for Peace Solidarity Collective, the Goldman Environmental Prize, PBI, Witness for Peace, Midwest and Northwest, PBI Canada, Peace Brigades, Sub Media holding it down for the YouTube, Amplifier Films, Grassroots International, No Mas Muertes, and so many more. And so thank you for all that support. All right. We also, lastly, can't forget all the things. So Camus Books and Info Shop out of Lekwungen territory in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, and Miriam Abel, Concord University, Vanderbilt, and George Mason University. Thank you all so much. It takes a village. All right. Now, I'm also gonna maybe speak a little slower for the translator. I get my fast Boston talking, so I'm gonna slow that down for everyone. But we are about to watch the 25-minute film, and I want to thank everyone who came out yesterday to watch the world premiere of La Lucha Sigue, and more importantly, those who came to hear the brilliant words of Miriam and Berta. I want to extend joy and thanks for everyone who was present yesterday to watch Invasion and hear the brilliance from Frida Houston, Chief Halifkat, and Jen Wickham. We heard so many amazing things yesterday about the role of youth, about what strength means, and big dreams brewing in Honduras despite very brutal repression. I think the most powerful thing about this film festival is really bringing together and uniting these struggles in these communities. Each one of these communities is so powerful in their own right, and uniting us across Turtle Island is something that those in power should really be scared about. Black and Indigenous struggles uniting across Turtle Island, ensuring tactics, strategy, and wisdom. That's what we're here for. And we're so glad you're joining us. And boy, are y'all in for a treat today, because later on, the flower in our Film Fest bouquet is the Women Warriors panel, featuring speakers in conversation with you and each other about their struggles, talking about the challenges, the joys, and lessons of building movements in defense of life. All right, so now, without further ado, we're about to play the 25-minute film, Loe Levi, Water is Life, From Standing Rock to the Swamp. And before we jump into these waters, I just want to put out a trigger warning. In this film you're about to see, there is physical violence of police throwing land defenders on the ground. There's some choking and standing on a water protector's back. There's people being arrested and taken off their lands. And so I think like the beauty, the power, and part of the challenge sometimes of a film is like it really brings you back there. I know when I watch movement films and I see the protest footage, like my body's like, oh, it's right back in there. Sometimes I can like feel the tears in my eyes and feel scared myself. And so I just want to encourage people to take care of yourself. Like if you're feeling overwhelmed, if your body's really reacting, you can turn off the sound. That's like a classic movie tip. Like for all the horror films, if you turn off the sound, they're not as scary. Or you can look away or just feel your feet on the ground. And so if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed during some of the violence and things, feel free to just take care of yourself and do what you got to do. Lastly, utilize the chat during the film for reactions, comments, and questions. We'll be hearing directly from Cherie Foytlin and Ann Whitehat afterwards. And so you can let us know what you're digging, what questions you still have, and those will come back later. And one last bit of housekeeping is, I know the chat box can be kind of distracting for folks on Zoom. I think people will be chatting. There's two things you can do if the chat box gets distracting. One is you can just pull out the chat box and put it to the side, and so it just streams, but it's not blinking. And the other thing you can do is we're going to put the YouTube link in the chat box, and you can go and watch the film from the YouTube link, which does not have the chat box, and just come back to Zoom after. All right, I think that's it. Melissa's about to start sharing the film, and I encourage you all just to take one deep breath before we start. Just breathe it in through the nose. Let it come out through the mouth. We're so happy you're joining us. Take it away, Melissa.
This is one of the birthplaces of actual resistance. Because back in the days, like when indigenous populations, when colonization was happening, they were getting pushed further and further back. This is the place they came because the Europeans had no idea what to do with this, right? They had no idea how to live. In the days where there were slaves, people would run away. There were whole maroon, what they call maroon colonies of mixed people that made their life out here and lived out here. And a lot of the people, the Acadians that were coming from, kicked out of Nova Scotia and pushed down here, all those people still live here. Down here because my ex-husband's actually from here. He's a Cajun, and we moved here so he could work in the oil industry, because the oil industry has all these promises that people, even just with a high school diploma, can make good money, you know. It's a false promise because you might make good money one month, but you're not going to make nothing the next month or two, and so you really just even out. But at the time it was more money than we were making in Oklahoma, and so that was good. But then the BP oil spill hit. So BP invited people to go out on a boat and see the oil. And so we did, but they showed us just, first of all, they didn't show us very much. And then secondly, we never talked to any real people. And so I went and got out just my own accord. I went and got on a boat with a fisherman and his little boy. And we went out and we found the oil, and my God, it came in like a blob, like a monster, you know, it came around your boat. It wasn't that long before we found a pelican that was in the oil, and we tried to wipe the oil off, but it was having convulsions, and we realized pretty quickly that it wasn't gonna be able to make it. And so I'm just on this boat with like this little boy and this gigantic Cajun big fisher guy, and he just falls on his knees, and he just like fell apart, and he's crying. And so the little boy starts crying too, which means I start crying too. So we're all just sitting there in like this circle around this, like, you know, this poor dying bird, and it did die. And I remember coming home that night, I was looking in the mirror and just being like, how I contributed to this, and what can I do to change it? Because it's just all so fragile. People think the earth is just she's just so tough, and she is, you know, but being out there and just not hearing any kind of life in a place that should have just been teeming with life, and then just having silence, it was choking you and choke you out.
My name is Ann Whitehat, and coming from you live here from South Louisiana.
We're both with the Loe La Vie camp, which is the resistance camp down here in South Louisiana, and we're fighting the Bayou Bridge pipeline, which is the tail end of the Dakota Access Pipeline. It's set to go through 700 of our waterways, including the Atchafalaya Basin, which is the largest natural swamp in North America, and it's also home to thousands of species, including the once endangered black bear, all kinds of beautiful birds. So we're trying to protect that waterway, including Bayou Lafourche, which provides drinking water to 300,000 people, including all of the United Homa Nation.
This pipeline is going through North Dakota, where I live at, all the way through the Standing Rock area, and went through bulldozed old burial grounds, and not caring, just went, go ahead and did it. So that's another thing that really what brings me here, is to actually stop the end of this black snake that went through my state.
I didn't wake up and say, this is what, you know, I want to spend the rest year of my life fighting. I love the swamp. I'd love to be out here fishing in the swamp right now. That's what I wanted to be doing, you know. But I can't fish in this. And if there's gonna be anything left for our kids to be able to fish in, then this is what I gotta do. I'm not a rich person. I'm not gonna leave them no vast fortune. All I have is the common goods that we all have, you know. So it's my job, I feel like, to take care of it so they'll have it, you know. And them and my grandkids too. I don't understand why anybody would think anything differently. So, I mean, as you can get a little closer, you can see where the deforestation has happened. They didn't look into how this precious forest, this precious swampland's never gonna come back to the way it was. That's it. You missed us?
It's an American flag.
I ever take a picture to call the cops. This is the easement. This is Bayou Chene that we're on right here. Those big black things, those are floaters. And what they do is they make a big ditch, right? They put the pipe on like a rotation, and they have those attached to them, and then when they get it all welded and laid out, they cut those, and the floaters come off, and they restack them, and the pipe falls down into the ground. And the pipe has cement all over this, all over it, makes it real heavy, except for the welds where it leaks. Yeah, Yeah, it's probably some kind of methane bubbles or something that's coming out of this line right here. But that's the problem, is they come out here and they build this oil infrastructure, and then there's no accountability, because a lot of times these companies that build this stuff, they go out of business or they change their name and become something else, and then they don't have any responsibility to come back and clean this, and nobody, according to the courts, they can't make them either. And so now who's going to fix that? Nobody. It's going to sit there and run whatever that is out under the water and into the air. You see back here, I don't know if you can see it from here, but you know, there's big flares where they're just like, you know, flaring off gas, you know. I mean, it's just the waste of it. And so instead of like saying no, like there's no more, you can't do any more until you fix what you've broken, our like crazy systems are just saying no, let's just keep allowing for growth and to keep allowing for these people to be getting rich off of our resources, off of our natural world. Right back there is where the land we call OJ is, and that's the property that belongs to Miss Theda Larson-Wright, who had asked us to go and protect that piece of property right there, because they hadn't expropriated it, they didn't have permission to be on it. In fact, they had told them they did not want a pipeline and not to be on it, but yet they were building over there. This is not an easement. They do not have permission to be here. The landowners have said no. They're my people's land. I am not afraid of any colonizers or settlers or conscripts. I am not afraid. They beat that out of me a long time ago.
He's not resisting. He's not resisting.
Let him out! Let him go!
You understand that?
All trespassing. If you don't want to go, you better.
No!
We're not
we are
trespassing.
You are trespassing! 3 for everyone you take. There will be 3 more.
Oh, fuck.
You did it!
Stop your hands.
Brothers and sisters!
Uh-uh.
No, y'all, please don't start murder! Stop shooting her!
Get back.
Oh! Please! And when you go into jail in Dallas County, they have this long list of questions. It's so long. One of the questions was, do you have a chronic illness, you know? And I'm being a jackass because I'm a jackass. So I was like, yeah, it's colonization. And she said, well, how do you spell that? And so then I was kind of running with it because she's fucking serious, right? So I was like, really? Okay. C-O-L-O. And I thought she'd be like, stop being a dumbass. But instead she was just like, yeah, okay. All right, so I go to see the nurse, you know. And she's just like, by the way, didn't ask me one goddamn question about my arm. I was like, oh, I hurt my arm. She's just like, yeah. Anyway, it says right here that you have a chronic illness of, what is that? Colonization, you know? And like being a smart, I was like, yeah. I said, that's when white people crawl up your ass and refuse to leave, like that. And she's just like, took her paper down, stamps that shit. 2 cops came in and took my ass to solitary. Nobody said a word. No change of expression. It was the funniest joke ever told and well worth the 7 hours of solitary. At least 3 hours in. 3 hours in, I was just like, it was funny.
What was it, 7 hours
I don't
in
know.
solitary funny?
And I wasn't exactly sure how long I was going to be there. I was like, let's just hope that they're not keeping me for those 3 days. the first time that we've ever seen this level of like direct action done here. And I think it took some people by surprise. But you don't get to tell people what they should and shouldn't do when they're fighting for their own liberation. I always say, like, it's not right for anyone to tell the rabbit how to get itself out of the mouth of the coyote. That's up for the rabbit, know what I'm saying? Go after the coyote. Then we'll talk about whose side you're on.
There was really nothing in our community saying, this is what's going to go on, you know. And once we met Cherie, and they started talking about the pipeline coming this way, and I'm like, wait, what pipeline?
Everybody made promises, saying we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and nobody do nothing to help you until you make some noise.
Why should I have to give up what my family has worked so hard to provide for me because you want to make some money? Why you want to choke the life out of one community? And it is choke the life, you know. What used to be the high school has been moved. That's going to be a methanol plant. What used to be the post office is going to be an all testing facility. We need to look at a different way to live.
My 3-year-old child told me, Mommy, my nose doesn't work. No child should have to do that. No child should have to say, my nose doesn't work, Mommy. Why doesn't my nose work? Because I can't breathe. It's time out. We have people here who have retired. They've spent their whole lives here in St. James Parish.
Yes.
The elderly should not have to deal with unclean air, polluted water. We have to stand up. We have to rise.
Yes, yes.
Because we can't stand for this. If we stand for this, we'll fall for anything.
Some days, to tell you the truth, I'm just ready for this fight to be over. I'm tired now. But then I get up and I come out here and I see all this and I realize, you know, shoot, what do I got to complain about? I don't get to be tired. These ancient trees, they're still living, they're still growing. I don't think I'd have the same perspective that I have on these waters and these lands if it wasn't from where I came from. And all the women that lead Loy La Vie Camp, they're all Indigenous women, and all of them live here. That's why a lot of times people say, oh, all these outsiders or something like that. But 100% of the leadership for this entire resistance has always been people living in Louisiana, or people from Louisiana. So what? It's not my fault energy transfer partners made enemies all up and down all over this damn country and world because they're such a horrible, sorry-ass company. I didn't do that to them. They did that. They made the enemies themselves. So yeah, a lot of people want to come down and fight the sons of bitches. Of course they do. And they're going to keep fighting. I can tell you this, when this fight's over and ETP goes somewhere else, if I get the chance to be supporting some other group of people that are fighting, I'll be right there standing right next to them. So that's how it works, you know? It's still hard, I mean, to live this life, and it's not what people might call normal, you know, but we have had a good number of like death threats or threats, intimidation, things that went past threats even, you know. One night I was coming home, it was 9:30 or 10. I had just done some numbers at my friend's house, and I got home and heard someone calling from the field. It was a woman. She said she was looking for her kid and asked me if I could help her. And so I was didn't even think about it. I rushed towards her, but the thing started feeling weird because she got farther away as I got closer. And then about the time I stopped to think to myself, this doesn't feel right, I started to go, I kind of took a step backwards. And when I did it, two people, honestly, they reminded me of like a build that you'd see somebody in the military or a police officer. I know how they come up behind you, and I know that's what it felt like to me. But instead of grabbing me like they would if they were arresting me, they pushed me. And I'm not a little woman, but at the same time, like two full-grown men push you hard from behind and you're not ready for it, you're gonna go flying. So I kind of did into the grass. By the time like I hit the ground and kind of got up on my fours, like they were both on top of me, and it felt like both of them were like hitting me with like a bell, you know. And so I started like crawling kind of backwards through the grass. I was just trying to get away from the pain at that point, because there's light enough that I could see like their shoes and their pants. And then they just, you know, which was nondescript, but they just ran. I was scared a little bit because I was thinking about how easily it could have been for them to do much worse than that, you know. And then I just like I got up and I made sure, just kind of checked myself, got into the house as quickly as possible. I could lock the door, and my middle son, who's 14, he was kind of up and wondering, and he was just like, oh, you know what happened? Or just kind of looked at me, you know, and I was just like, well, I said, I just fell like that. And he was just like, oh, I don't know, it's just not something you want to talk about with your kids. I'm supposed to take care of all their, I'm supposed to protect them and take care of all their pain. I don't want them to have to think about protecting me or taking care of mine, because they're just kids, and you know, they didn't ask for this. So it's a shame that I do have to like do this, but I do feel like I have to, you know what I mean, in order to save something for them. And if people had done this a few generations back, and it wouldn't be so bad, and I don't want them to have to wait a few generations from now and maybe worse happens to them. Maybe they think that they can just come in and shoot somebody, kill somebody or something like that, you know. And everybody deserves to have clean water. It's a righteous cause, and everybody should fight for it, you know. And when I woke up the next morning, I didn't have any fear. They thought they were like beating fear into me, and I know that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to make me afraid, you know. But they accidentally beat the fear out of me. That was their mistake.
Folks across the country really need to be keeping an eye and an ear towards the South and how things are happening here, because they're pushing really aggressively against us right now. There's like 17 of us who are facing felony charges under the new anti-protest law. They're using this law to frame pipeline construction as critical infrastructure, and that supersedes water. And in a short amount of time, we've been really strategic with the work that we're doing, and been able to put a significant time frame of work stoppages, and to the point where the pipeline has had to delay their construction deadline for another quarter. And that's because we were doing nonviolent direct action. We're out there and we're stopping the construction, you know, and these folks are fighting tooth and nail to do whatever they can to stop us, because they know that we have been effective.
The man with the hat that says police is not a police officer.
They're trying to say that this isn't a navigable waterway when you know that it is.
Do not touch it! Do not touch it! Let's go! This is not yours!
You know, Dr. King talked about that arc of justice, and I always say, yeah, it's definitely an arc, but people have to reach up and grab it and pull it down with everything they got in order to bring it. Everybody has to make their mind up, and I got good people that have made their mind up that they want to be on the right side of history. As long as I've been out here, and I've been out here for months and months and months now, just like living and, you know, going back and forth and stuff, and there's always something magical out here. Sometimes you come around a tree, there'll be like 60 butterflies just take off right in front of you like that, you know. That is freedom. Like that, just being you and the earth, and everything that you have is just going into not just surviving, but connecting and discovering. It's everything that human beings like want, you know, that magic.
don't know our own strength. Been taught and told that there's no way. But further along in the sorrow go, can't afford to keep our eyes closed. I can see you. Can you see me? And the fear, it just fades away. In our fire, darkness has no place. In our fire, darkness has no place.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Now going to pass it over to Melissa, the Film Festival Director of Building Movements in Defense of Life.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Really excited to have you all here with us. I'm the producer on that film, as well as the organizer of this festival. And we want to just invite folks to go to the bathroom right now. So we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break, and we're going to play some music while you're all going to the bathroom. I'm going to throw up on the screen some a website about our raffle and the QR code that you can use if you just hold your phone up, put the camera on and hold it in front of that. That's one way you can get to the raffle. Nancy is going to read out some saludos, some hellos from all over the world of folks who are joining us, and then we're gonna put up the music, but feel free to go to the bathroom, and when we come back, we'll get started again, and Jen might say something about the raffle too. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you again for joining us in the second day of this wonderful film festival. We have a huge list of greetings. We want to send saludos to a lot of people. First of all, the indigenous communities, las comunidades indígenas de Latinoamérica, then all the communities from the First Nations. I don't want to really use, somebody posted in the chat, colonial language. So I don't know if I should say, because I don't really know, and with all respect, how to say many of these words in Colombian. So I don't know the names of many of these communities, but they're so-called, you know, from Canada, from other places also in the United States, so New York, New Jersey. So I like to actually address you by the names that you'll be posting in the chat. So hello, Larissa Santos from Brazil, Maria, Rebecca Zúñiga from Maria from Nicaragua, Madi, Johnny Lee, Clarissa, Madi, Donna, Chris, Julia Gibson, Astrid, hello again. You were very active yesterday. Hello, Freddy Sandoval from El Salvador, Rosa Amarilla, Dominic. Then we have greetings from Guillermo, I would say, from France and Switzerland, he says. Also Julia from France, Ruby Phillips, Patricia Reynolds, Logan, Nicole, George from Kentucky, Julie from New York, Norman from Philadelphia, George, I said George already, Lori and Griffin, Griffin and Wendy, I'm sorry. Then Jay, Bruce, Lori, Logan, again, Beth, Kelly, Juan Vargas from Puerto Rico. I think you were here with us yesterday as well. Hello, compa. Luis Fisher, Tyron Castaño, Sharon, Monica, Julia, Donna, Chrissy, Maureen from France as well, and Swan, Marie, Eric Brown, Kelly, Marina, John. I don't know, Melissa, do you have anybody else there that you want to say hello to Nancy from Woodbridge from the very beginning, Elizabeth, Sue, people in San Antonio as well. So anyway, just take these minutes to go to the bathroom, as Melissa said, and we just wanted to thank you again, all of you who have been posting in the chats greetings, and then stick around for what's coming up next. Para todas las amigas, amigos, compañeras, compañeros que están conectadas de Latinoamérica, saludos, gracias por acompañarnos. And well, let's hear some music now.
Awesome. Muchas gracias, Nancy. Thank you to Nancy. We're going to hear a song, Rebel Diaz Revolution. I always love the song. And so go to the bathroom, grab some water. And when the song ends, please come on back because you're going to hear from Cherie and Anne. And I'm excited. And so I hope you all are excited.
It is time. It is time that everybody understands. We've been trying to move this struggle from a lower to a higher level. All the people who sacrificed their lives. We understand that fascism exists in America, and we are going to create an American Liberation Front to combat the avaricious businessman, the demagogic politician, and the fascist pig cops who murder, brutalize, and terrorize the people.
But the kids is gang banging. There ain't a war on drugs, it's a war on the hood. The Democrats and Republicans, both up to no good. They both got in bed with the multinationales. They sending us to prison instead of sending us to college. The janitor's mop can't clean the situation when the dictator of our nation is called a corporation. Swear to God, my mama never supported Obama. I'm a Chicago riot starter like a Haymarket martyr. I'd rather focus on the streets, organizing the tribes. Go against the grain and know that I tried. I'm not into working backwards, I'm talking direct action. I'm talking fighting for freedom for the poor and working classes. I would work for reform, this is for my unborn. I'm putting on a ski mask and this weapon is drawn. This is the culture of violence in which I've grown up. They say grow up, make a living in these miserable conditions. Schools look more like prisons and they shutting down the clinics. If employment ain't an option, you ain't got shit, what you do? Where you go if you foreclose, then your payment past due. Ask you, is it worth it? The earth on its last pulses, all in bloodthirsty, they raping the resources. Things is getting darker, but it's light that I offer. No divide and conquer, I'm talking people power. I was ticking, hurry, hurry, get your ticket for the future. Identify the problems and move on to the solutions. You should be involved, build, show love. That's step number one before we shooting dumb guns. Run, copper, we united. No more internal fighting, might just run up on the precinct. No justice, no peace, this is
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the film with cinematography from Sky Richards, produced by Melissa Cox, an original soundtrack by award-winning composer Guido Consoli, and that beautiful song over the credits, if you remember, by Bette Miller. And there's so many other songs by incredible musicians, including Andrea, Lily, Thomas, and so many more. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to go into the panel soon, but first I'm going to pass it back to the one, the only Jen Wickham to break down the raffle for you one more time.
Woo woo! So I was really inspired by the short doc that we just saw, and I've been really inspired by all of the communities that are really just doing all the heavy lifting and the hard work of protecting their water and their land and their communities. And so I had an idea. So I'm always working on a little something and beating, and it actually helps me calm down. I kind of have some ADD, so it really helps me focus and keep me grounded. And so I want to do a spot draw for a pair of earrings, and I was thinking maybe something like that. I don't know if y'all can see that. Anyway, kind of a bigger size, so something that would like fill this. And the way that I'm going to get the names for the draw is for everybody that donates to our main raffle page. I say like a minimum $50. Let's do a $50 to $100 donation from now until the end of the panel. So you have from now until the end of the Loy Levy panel to go to our main fundraiser page and give a donation. And from the people that donate between now and then, I will put your names into some sort of an app. I'm going to find one between now and then. And then I'll make you a pair of earrings, and you can tell me like what colors you want and what kind of a center and what kind of edging. So it can really be customizable. And yeah, so go make your donation to our main fundraiser page. And of course, as always, you have until the end of today to go and buy some more raffle tickets and share it and refer it to folks so that you can get extra entries to like win some really cool stuff. So.
Hey, Jen. Well, first off, to quote like Leslie Marshall, oh my goddess, but also I have a question for you. So I'm a settler, and I think it popped up in the chat, like, is it cool for settlers to wear like your awesome Indigenous beadwork? Like, what's the deal there? Can you?
Always. Buy local, support Indigenous all the freaking time. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here, folks. The raffle is going to go in the chat one more time. Get it while it's hot. And we're about to move to the panel now. And I'm so excited. I can feel it buzzing in my body. We're about to hear from Cherie Foytland and Ann Whitehat, two incredible and powerful, deeply rooted souls. We'll have Cherie and Ann speak for a bit, and then after we're going to be doing a Q&A. So put your questions in the chat, and we'll gather as many as we can and put them back for the Q&A with Ann and Cherie. Okay, all right. Moving into the panel. So I'm going to introduce Cherie. Cherie's going to speak for a little bit and drop some knowledge on us, and then Melissa is going to introduce Ann, and then Melissa is going to introduce Eve and Sharon. So stay tuned, grab some water. This is coming up right now, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce Cherie. Someone who needs no introduction, but I get to give you one anyways. Cherie Foytland is the co-founder of the Loy Levy Camp. She's a journalist, a speaker, and a mother of 6 who lives in South Louisiana. Cherie is out on a joy ride for justice. She's the author of Spill It, the truth about the Deepwater Horizon oil rig explosion, and regularly contributes to bridgethegulfproject.org, the Huffington Post, and several local newspapers. She's active in the environmental justice movement of clean air, water, and soil as a human rights issue. In the film, you saw Cherie taking us on her journey of moving to Louisiana with her husband, for him to go work on the oil rigs, to becoming one of the leading activists in the fight to stop the oil pipelines. After the BP oil spill hit, Cherie saw firsthand the devastation that the environment and people depending on that environment suffered. Instead of shrugging her shoulders and going on with her busy life, she took a hard look in the mirror and asked, what did she do to cause that? And what could she do to fix it? It was then that Cherie decided to embark on a radical journey to challenge our way of life, to help people see the harms in our current economic systems and dependence on extraction. She's an advocate for a just transition to sustainable energy, but she never loses sight of understanding what drives ordinary people to work in the industry, and she leaves room for their humanity too. All the work that Cherie does to build a different world is rooted in love, and love is a radical action, especially when confronting consistent campaigns by mainstream society that seek to dehumanize and criminalize you. When Cherie was arrested on felony charges for nonviolent direct actions, she pressed on. When Cherie was assaulted for her work to protect water and people's way of life, she pressed on then too. Both Cherie's charm and actions inspired the radical imagination that's necessary to build a different world. Lastly, the Indian Bayou is phase 2 for the Oy Lviv resistance camp in Louisiana. This land project exists to model just transition, including skill shares, Indigenous education, disaster relief, and food sovereignty. Take it away, Cherie.
Hi, Yatahe, thank you. You make me sound good. Truth is, I'm an Afro-Indigenous mom of 6 kids, and just happen to live in South Louisiana, Takapa Ishak lands right now is where I'm on. I also have a place in northern New Mexico, so I kind of split my time going back and forth. But yeah, the number one thing I just want people to, I guess, understand is I'm just a regular person and just got caught up in this situation. And we had wanted a place for a while where we could grow food, where we could have, skill shares and learning, especially with our youth, with young people. And the place we happened to find had a pipeline running through it. And it was the Bayou Bridge pipeline, which was the tail end of the Dakota Access Pipeline. And it ran from Texas all the way over to St. James, which is on the Mississippi River. And so we decided we wanted that space, and we fundraised and we got it and held on to it as hard as we could. The first thing we did was hold ceremony with the Takapa Ishak peoples, asked permission to be there, permission to fight the Bayou Bridge pipeline from that space. And we're given that permission. We did prayer ties, and within a little bit of getting our prayers out there, Energy Transfer Partners came and said they weren't going to go through our land, they were going to go around us. So right then we had really an early on kind of incentive and reward. So from there, we teamed with other landowners that were in the area that didn't want this pipeline to go through, because there was a lot of them, because they really don't pay very well and they tear up your land. A lot of people have livestock out here. A lot of people have crawfish ponds, and it was going to tear up their land for quite a while. And once you put a pipeline down, you can't build on it. You can't do anything over it. That easement is theirs forever. And it's basically a part of your land. It's their land into perpetuity. So so we started talking with people, and people were telling us that they didn't want this pipeline. They also told us that they had brothers and sisters and cousins who worked in the industry, and they couldn't fight this pipeline, because if they did, they would have to not just deal with their family, and they would have to deal with some pretty significant repercussions from people in our community who support the oil industry. And we saw that come to fruition. But guess what? We lived through it, and we made our point. So I feel really good about, even though the Bayou Bridge pipeline did go through, and I remember the day that they came out and said that they were pumping oil through the pipeline. And I remember being very sad and upset, but I also remember thinking that they couldn't take away from us what we did win, which was we maintained our dignity throughout the fight. We lifted up the needs of the Atchafalaya Basin, which is the largest natural swamp in North America. we definitely put a spotlight on my sisters and brothers in St. James, Louisiana. And we got this beautiful 11 acres, and we decided we were gonna make food free. So what we started doing was growing all kinds of things out there, everything we could. We call it a food forest. It's not a farm. Forest meaning if you go into the woods, into the swamp, you can see different layers of life. You can see anything from the fungus that grows and the mushrooms that grow up into the, and then you have the fish, and then you have, like, you know, the canopy of trees, these ancient trees, some of them older than the Christian Jesus. And it's absolutely a working kind of environment, its own self. And that's what we kind of wanted to replicate. The field that we were on used to just grow sugarcane for ethanol, but we reclaimed the land using indigenous knowledge. We worked with the soil and are still working with the soil. We use about 3 of 11 acres now, growing all the time. And we've been able to give food to places like the Billy Commons in New Orleans, the Front Yard Orchard initiative, all kinds of folks. So, but not only that, something amazing came out of it outside that, which is so exciting to me, which is we started being able to give away plants and trees. So now, not only are we're coming out of one spot, we're creating all these spots all over the country, and we've been able to give to schools for their own gardening and things like that. So, so we didn't win, but we damn sure didn't lose. And we get to take that with us into the future. I gotta say, you know, watching this film, it's hard to watch. It's such a I also want to say to all the people who are fighting, like, there's all these struggles that are happening all over the country right now. Like, there's Line 3, there's Line 5, there's Appalachians against what is it? Pipelines, right? And all these other battles that are out there to protect the water that are happening right now. And I can only tell you what I learned doing this. And yes, the elephant's tree says exactly. And that is that we have to keep our eye on the longer vision of what we want and the kind of systemic change that we need. And do that in a way that evolves our conscious, connects us back to loving reality. And that's important. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, for those people who are fighting those pipelines, and for people who are thinking about getting involved in those pipelines, I just want you to know that it is very difficult, but it's one of the most life rewarding things that you can do. Because when you're giving out there and you're giving all of yourself, you're reclaiming your own dignity, you're reclaiming your own freedom, and you're setting yourself on a path of restoration and healing for yourself. And I really didn't get that when I was in the middle of it. Looking back, this when I'm watching this, I think it kind of makes me sad in some ways, but it also just makes me feel like I can't believe we did that. I cannot believe that we set out in the swamp and we held these bastards off with all their money and all their power and all the ass whippings and all the being arrested for nothing, and people being on their side and people coming to us on our side under the cover sometimes, you know. And I felt like we lived in this place where our central nervous system was just under attack all the time. And so afterwards we kind of just crashed, to be honest. And I think I just want people to know that that's going to happen, that you're going to have these ups and downs and these amazing things, but you need to just keep your eye on the idea that first of all, you're not doing it for yourself. And secondly, that there's a much bigger game at play here, and that we can all keep our eye on the longer vision of what we want for this world. And you know, pain only lasts a few seconds, but the spirit of goodness can last you your whole lifetime. That's what keeps you going. So I guess I'll stop right there. I appreciate everybody watching the movie, and I'm not no actress and damn sure not no superstar or anything like that, but what I do know is that together we can create change, and we can create a better world for our kids. And maybe it's just one little piece for you, and connects to this bigger puzzle. But I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you're creating a good space for my children too. So keep going, keep it up, keep up the good work, and know you're loved. And thank you so much for watching the film.
Thank you so much, Cherie. I am always in awe of listening to you speak, how you just really bring the truth in such a concrete way without a filter that is also so articulate and powerful. Yes, thank you so much, Cherie. I would like to now introduce Ann Whitehat, who I also love and adore endlessly, the other half of the founding member, one of the founding members of the Indigenous Women's Advisory Council of the Lower Levee No BioBridge Resistance Camp. Anne is a proud mother of 3, a community organizer, a board member of the Native American Women's Health Education and Resource Center, and a member of Another Golf is Possible. Another Golf is Possible collaborative. It's actually a collaborative. And Anne also makes really incredible medicines. While Jen is beading, Anne is brewing honey and so many other things. And so White Hat Botanicals is her trade name, featuring what she calls her community-determined botanicals and remedies. She's a grant writer by trade, a community organizer out of love for her people, a jack of all trades by hustle, and blessed to work with plants for you. And I will take it away, and to identify yourself however else you'd like to add in. I know I didn't do the whole bio. So thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for that introduction. Midakuyapi, chante washte, nape chuzapi. Ohitika wimiena, Ann Whitehat, machiapiksto. My name is Ann Whitehat. That was a traditional greeting in my language. I'm Sichangu Lakota from South Dakota, from Rosebud, South Dakota. And I'm really glad to be here today. Thank you all for coming to join us. And thank you, Cherie, for the powerful words. You are always so inspiring. I guess I just wanted to share a little bit about, I don't know, I can carry on and on. I have so much to talk about, but I wanted to just talk about, you know, why is this Lakota woman from South Dakota down here in the swamps going toe to toe with these ETP bastards with my friend Cherie and all of our water protectors, right? So I'll tell you why. I've been living down here for about 11 years now in New Orleans area with my 3 children. And when I moved here, I put aside organizing work for a long time, for about 10 years or so, 8 years or whatever. But Dakota Access Pipeline issues started happening up in Standing Rock. And that woke something up inside of me, because I saw, like everybody else witnessed, I saw the dogs being unleashed on my relatives. So of course, so that woke me up back into the organizing work that I had set aside. And I had done that because I have gotten really burned out. I have been doing this work for a long time. And like Cherie said, you know, you get really tired. So I had to just put the brakes on all of that for several years and recover myself and my energy and raise my kids, right? And it was a really difficult decision to do, but something I had to do for my health and wellness. But when this started happening up in North Dakota with Energy Transfer Partners and that Dakota Access Pipeline, it woke something up inside of me. So we traveled there to support the relatives, was on the front lines up there. And of course, always just like making medicine. So I spent a ton of time making elderberry syrup. It was really cold then, so we were making syrups and things like this for our warriors and our communities at the camp. We were on the front lines. And then came home here to New Orleans. And then the Bayou Bridge pipeline was slated to come down here, and that's the tail end of the Dakota Access Pipeline. So, of course, I jumped on this because they're, you know, they deserve it. They're going across this world wreaking havoc, and they need to be held accountable wherever they go. So I'm not the only one who was at Dakota Access Pipeline that came, and other folks came from across the world to come and to join us and support the effort down here. So that's where I stepped in, and also as like I said, it reawoken my organizing experience or spirit or whatever. And yeah, I look at like what Cherie said. Sometimes I watch this movie and I just can't even believe we did all of that, and I miss it dearly at times, and other times I'm still like, I can't believe it, you know. But I wanted to say that, you know, we were successful in one area. We protected that 11 acres, and we were 2 landowners, the landowners that were out in the swamp, that we were out on their land. They asked us to come out there and help protect their land. That you got to see some of that in the documentary. We protected our land, and I tell you this because it's not impossible to do this work. You just need a solid crew. Okay, you don't even need like thousands of people, but you need to make a solid stand against these folks, and it's possible because we did it. We did it, and that pipeline had to reroute around us. And folks said, "Oh, it's because it's cheaper to do that than it is to fight you." Well, whatever it is, it's possible to protect your land. So don't be afraid to do it. And I'm going to encourage you to all to just don't be afraid to do that, because it is possible. And I also wanted to just talk briefly about the law, about the struggles that we're having that continue beyond this in terms of our legal problems with this anti-protest law. So just for a quick second, I just wanted to also just remind folks that they pushed hard against us, and there was a series of anti-protest legislation that was basically carried around to all the states in the United States by the American Legislative Exchange Council, which is basically the legislative arm of the gas and oil associations of gas and oil companies, corporations, that movement. And so they passed the law here, and there's several of us who are facing felony charges right now. And we're still on the hook for that. They still have us, I think we had 4 years before they can drop the charges. So we're still waiting for them to drop the charges. In the meantime, we're living with this hanging over our heads. The Center for Constitutional Rights is representing us to help us try to get those charges dropped. But it's really impacting a lot of our work to this day, because we have some of the bravest and strongest warriors in this work had come down to the swamps to help us, to help defend the water. And so some of those folks are also facing this this legal challenge. So I actually put a timer on my phone just because it's stressful to live under this, just so you know some of the things that you have to do. But I did put a timer on this, which is kind of crazy, but I just wanted to know, like, how much time do we actually have left until we can actually sort of like be free of these threat of these charges, right? So we have about 527 days, 9 hours and 40 minutes. So I just wanted to let you know about that, and to check out the Center for Constitutional Rights, ccrjustice.org. I'm a lead plaintiff in the lawsuit that's challenging this anti-protest law in Louisiana. It's called White Hat versus Landry. So check it out, and please follow that, follow this work, because that's still affecting us, and we're still fighting that. We're still have that hanging over our heads. So please stay tuned for updates, and we'll let you know anything else that we need, if we need support on that at some point. But let's see what else. There's so much to talk about. But it was, I really appreciated folks coming out here, Sam and Melissa coming out to help document our story. You know, at the time we were so, I don't know, it was just another world. It was another world for sure. But I think that's about it right now. I want to go ahead and close up my comments. That's all I really wanted to talk about at this moment. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this back to Melissa. I believe you're going to go ahead and introduce Eve and Sharon, who are also down here in South Louisiana and at the tail end of the Bayou Bridge pipeline, and also facing a lot of other issues in their community there in St. James. So I don't know if Melissa is back online, or Sam, or should I just introduce you?
So I am here. Hello, beautiful people. I'm gonna actually introduce Rise St. James before I introduce Sharon. And Sharon is one of the leaders of Rise St. James. She's the founder actually of Rise St. James. And so Rise St. James, actually, I just want to make sure we're raising this up, came into the film because when we talked to Cherie and Anne, and I remember actually Cherie came and made a really passionate plea for people to come and help with the camp. And I was at the Protecting Mother Earth gathering that Indigenous Environmental Network had put together, and I just couldn't get what she said out of my mind. And so that's what brought us to so-called Louisiana. And when we talked to Cherie and Anne for the first time and talked about what the film needed to center, they said, we need to center the story of St. James and their struggles there as well. And so Rise St. James is a community group that fights for community, children, and health, taking inspiration from her late father, who was a local NAACP leader. Sharon Levine founded the group. It's located in the St. James Parish community, a predominantly Black community in the middle of what is now known as Death Alley. Formerly, folks used to call it Cancer Alley. It was founded with the goal of stopping two new chemical plants, Wanhu and Formosa, from coming in and further poisoning their community. A subsidiary of the Taiwanese-based Formosa Petrochemical Corp, one of the largest chemical companies in the world, is trying to build a $9.4 billion petrochemical complex in St. James to make products like car casings, plastic bottles, grocery bags, drainage pipes, antifreeze, and so many other things in a community that's already surrounded by this, right? This is a historically Black community that was built by folks who were formerly enslaved. They built the houses, the churches, the roads, and those houses, churches, roads, schools, neighbors' houses turned into petrochemical plants, right? Those are the neighbors now. And so Sharon and Eve are there fighting those things that are actively killing Black people. And so Sharon Levine has lived all of her 68 years in St. James Parish, Louisiana. She can tell you about a time when the fig and pecan trees in her neighborhood produced plenty to eat and sell, and when her grandfather caught fish and shrimp in the Mississippi River. The land and the water surrounding it wasn't always poisoned. Today, St. James is part of the 85-mile stretch along the Mississippi River between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, filled with more than 100 petrochemical plants and refineries. Folks call it Cancer Alley because of the prevalence of cancer among its residents, but have renamed it Death Alley to really raise up the current reality of what's happening in that community. Sharon too suffers from liver damage and other medical issues, including aluminum exposure. In early 2008, when Sharon learned that the Formosa Plastic Group, a Taiwanese supplier of plastic resins and petrochemicals, had announced that St. James Parish would be the site of a massive project that would create 14 chemical plants, she says she asked God for advice. And I quote, "Do I need to sell my home?" He said, "No." I said, "Do I need to sell my land and the land that you gave me?" God said, "No." I quote, "God told me to fight," she continues. And I've been fighting ever since. I've been going in the fast lane. So without further ado, Sharon, take it away in the fast lane.
Thank you, Melissa. That was so wonderful. That was a good introduction that you gave me. But yes, I must start off by saying, I taught school for 39 years, and that's all I knew. I didn't know anything about forming any organizations or anything about fighting anything. When I was a little girl, just like you said, my daddy had gardens. We had fig trees. We picked the figs off our trees and we preserved them. We had figs, we had fresh cow milk, we had hogs, chickens, we had cattle, we had gardens. We would harvest the vegetables out of the gardens, and my daddy would go to the French market in New Orleans to sell the vegetables. We didn't have to buy any food, just about anything. We had everything. And then in late 60s, the first plant came into St. James, and it was called Golf. Then they finally changed the name to Agricole, to Faustina. Now it's Mosaic. We didn't know at the time what these plants were going to be emitting in the air. We didn't know at that time that these chemicals would be dumped into our drinking water. We didn't know that back then. My daddy and the other leaders in St. James were so happy, and they welcomed that industry. Years later, more industry came in, and they thought that was wonderful because it brought jobs to our little town. So now in St. James, we have 7 districts. The 4th and the 5th district are predominantly Black or African American people. They have 9 in the 4th district. We have 12 in the 5th district where I live. Formosa, if it's built, it's going to have 14 inside of the complex. If we already breathing bad air and drinking dirty water, that's going to triple the emissions in the 5th district, and it will double it in the 4th district. But the other districts will feel the effects of it because the wind blows all over, and the water, the river water that we drink, it goes upstream toward New Orleans way. So those people are going to catch the same thing with the water and with the wind and the air. So in 2018, I was in my classroom teaching in the spring of 2018, and my daughter alerted me that our governor, John Bell Edward, announced a $9.4 billion industry to come into St. James. Immediately, I was disturbed, distressed, hopeless, felt like we already bombarded with 12, so why would he put another one in St. James? We have 7 council members. They voted for Formosa to come in here. All right. I was also a member of HELP, Humanitarian Enterprise of Loving People. I joined HELP in 2015. I sat there for 2.5 years and listened about the industry, how the industry is coming in, and how there's nothing we could do about it. I listened to that for 2.5 years, me and the other members that were in the organization. I felt like if you don't try to say something or do something or fight it, of course it's going to come in. But if you just sit back and just talk about it among yourselves, of course, nothing can be done about it. We fought the Bayou Bridge pipeline. We did that through HELP. HELP didn't want to try to fight Formosa. When we asked them, let's try to fight it, we were told that there's nothing we can do. The governor approved it, the planning commission is going to approve it, and the parish council is going to approve it. And there's nothing you can do about it. I heard those things in my ears for months. I was more distressed and I couldn't understand why we wouldn't fight it. So we also was told it was a done deal. So we would go home after the meetings and argue among ourselves and complain about why we couldn't do something about it. And one of the other members would say, Levine, we need to start our own organization. God rest her soul, she's dead and gone right now. So I said, not me. I don't know how to do anything like that. So I'm not starting an organization. So of course it lingered on for months. Then in October, when I went to a conference in Baton Rouge at Southern University Law Center, I explained to the people what was going on in St. James and how our public officials just brought everything in. They told us, me and my brother and some other members went, we need to organize and we need to call our organization something. We didn't even have a name. So, but before that I prayed. Just like Melissa said, I prayed. I sat on my front porch and I prayed because I know it's something you can do about anything. Especially if something is wrong, you can make it right. If you go to the right people and you go to the right man, Jesus Christ, that's who's gonna help you. So I prayed. And then when he gave me the answer to fight, I didn't know how to fight. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I learned. I'm still learning. So we went to Southern University. They gave us advice. The attorneys gave us their cards. They talked to us. And then we had another meeting. My second meeting was in my garage. And then we formed our name and we started to fight after that. And we gave our first march on November 3rd, 2018. Just like I said, it went fast. We started in October, first march in November. And it started going like that. Then we met other people in St. John Parish. They were fighting an industry called Dinka DuPont. Then we hooked up with them. Then we went to New Orleans to meet with Justice and Beyond. They came down to try to help us to organize. Then we got together and we formed a coalition and we changed it from from Cancer Alley to Death Alley. So we called it Coalition Against Death Alley. So we had a march in May of 2019, a 5-day march. Then we had another march in October of 2019. Just like I said, it was going fast. We still have to iron out the kinks, but we still learning and we still fighting. And this fight is going to continue until Formosa is not here and these other industries are not here, because if they're here and they're not going to poison us or pollute us, it's okay. But if you're going to come here and poison us and tell us to move and you take over our land and our property, I don't think so. God didn't give us our land that our ancestors worked so hard for us to give it up, to let some industry come here and take it and kick us out. That just like coming in my home and say, get out of here. I'm going to take over. You go somewhere else. No, St. James is not like that. This is our home. This is where we're going to stay, and we're going to fight tooth and nail to stay here. We already have Formosa on a rope, and they're about to fall because I spoke to the UN. We wrote letters to the UN, and they will speak to us on Thursday morning at 8 o'clock. I don't know how to tell you all to join in, but they are trying to help us. The students at Law Ola wrote a letter to the UN after me and my brother spoke to the students, and the UN responded to us. And they said, this is environmental racism. And it is environmental racism. Because you're going to come here and pollute us and poison us. It's just like we giving up our life for the industry. And I don't think that's going to happen, because we almost got them down. And just a little bit more, they will be all the way down. We asked our governor to stop this. We asked our parish officials to stop this. They are not budging. They are not listening to us. We're asking for a moratorium. They didn't answer our letter in 2019 that we asked them for. We also asking for no expansions of the existing plants that are here right now. They get these permits, they build these industries, and after that they expand. And the parish officials approved these expansions. But look how many years it took us to realize what was going on before somebody spoke up, before somebody started to fight. I don't know, it's because of these industries and all the money that they have. I guess the people in St. James thought they didn't have a leg to stand on. They didn't think they could fight this. Just like I said, anything is possible with God. You can do anything through God. And just like I said, Formosa is not going to come here and poison us. And this other plant is called YCI. They're supposed to be in operation. They applied for a water permit to poison the waterways, so the fishermen will lose their livelihood. The animals will drink that water and it will not be good to eat the meat. So these people just come in here like there's no one living here. But Formosa is the stop. It's not going to come into St. James, and we're not going to allow any more to come into St. James, because this is our home. This is where we want to stay. And Formosa is not coming, and they better get back. And we also filed lawsuits for the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. So we have that. Formosa with the Army Corps of Engineers, the permit was it was suspended, and it was sent back to the Army Corps for reevaluation. So we did that through RISE St. James, the Center for Biological Diversity, Agility Healthy Golf, and Louisiana Bucket Brigade. We sent this to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And so we are working to get them to rescind this decision to let this industry come into St. James and poison God's people to destroy us. So we have our attorneys that's working on this, and we will be successful, and we will stop Formosa and any other new industry that tries to come into St. James Parish, because this is our home, and we're not going to sit back and just let it happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sharon. It's always so incredible to hear you speak, and I really appreciate the way you opened up with explaining your background. And the thing is, people are not organizers until they are, right? And so thank you so much for everything that you do. And I want to introduce Eve Butler, also a community member from St. James, also featured in the Loy Levy, Water is Life, From Standing Rock to the Swamp film. Eve, you are just an incredible, amazing human being who I just really appreciate the way you break things down. And one of the things from the film that has always stayed with me, that I think just really summarizes all the things, to quote Eve, "Why should I have to give up what my family has worked so hard to provide for me because you want to make some money?" And it says it all about the greed and the destruction of this world. So Eve, also known as Eve, her given name is Genevieve Butler. She's a Navy veteran, a Christian, a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a grandmother, and information systems tech. Her home is in the historic settlement in Freetown, located in the 5th district of St. James Parish, Louisiana, where her family has lived for more than 100 years. She returned to Louisiana in 2008 to help her mother rebuild their home after Hurricane Gustav. In 2014, they learned their community had been labeled, it's called Future Industrial by the parish. So the future industrial is, I mean, how does that even work? A community is residential, it's zoned as residential, and then they turn it into residential industrial. So it was labeled future industrial by the parish. And then she began to advocate for changing it back to residential, because it's industrial, residential now. It gives them the pretext to come in and kill Black people, right? So her ancestors believed in family and community. Their bottom line, quote, "What I want for myself, I must have for others," end quote. Eve, please share with us all of your wonderful, amazing, incredible wisdom. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Melissa. Are you able to see me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my ancestors were ex-slaves. So in 1872, the settlement of Freetown was founded. It was the first diverse community outside of New Orleans, Baton Rouge. And I knew my great-grandparents, I knew my grandparents, and they both lived in the same neighborhood. Matter of fact, Sharon and I don't live that far from each other. So when I found out that we'd been labeled this outrageous thing and on a land plan, I started, asking questions, eventually joined the help. And as we went along, we realized that not only had we been labeled industrial, but we're also becoming known as the Port of South Louisiana. So I went out on the website and I looked and I saw all these large land masses that were available for purchase, because of course we had plantations. So the families that owned the plantations were able to sell large swaths of land, so to speak. But at the same time, there was so much there already. And like I said, I joined HELP. Through HELP, I came in contact with the Louisiana Environmental Network, which is Mary Lee Orr. And with Mary Lee Orr worked Wilma Supra, great chemist, physicist, whatever. But she's able to go into your environment, look at the chemicals that are there, look at what the plants are putting out, and tell you how these chemicals are going to affect your neighborhood. And to that extent, in our neighborhood, we've got Motiva well, we live on the west bank of the Mississippi River, and the 4th District is on the east bank. But from my front yard, I can see the large pile of gypsum with a toxic pool of more than 260 million gallons. And that's just one of the things. So at one point they wanted to release that type of water into the air, which is also some radioactivity there too. And then at the same time, you had Wangwa, YCI, and Wangwa wanted to do methanol. They had property that was bought from New Star. New Star is my neighbor. It's a tank farm and a railway system. They started out maybe one train a week, 80,000 gallons of crude oil. And from there, it's pumped to the tanks. It takes 24 hours to do. And you'll have maybe one train a week. That's not too bad, because you say, well, the wind can blow that out, right? And then from there, I learned it was going to be South Louisiana methanol on the left. And there, we're talking, again, billions of dollars. You go a little bit further down, we had Bayou Bridge coming in, but we also have Shell, Marathon, Motiva, Mosaic, Noranda Alumina, American Styrenics, and numerous others, just small things, but and Ergon Motiva. So, I mean, Moda. Ergon put in about 2018 to build 20 additional tanks, which would also bookend my neighborhood. And you go to the local meetings with your local government, the parish council, and you give them all these facts, not emotions, but facts that said, this is the chemical, this is how many tons of pollution you're going to let out a year. And I say tons because one plant can let out 375.72 tons of pollution a year. And in that pollution, you're going to have benzene, formaldehyde, methanol, hestane, naphthalene, toluene, and they think that whatever goes into the air eventually gets washed down into the water, okay, and the land. So the Mississippi River is our source of drinking water. You're going to bathe, you're going to wash. And not only is it in your water, but people who were pregnant were having miscarriages. Other folks were developing thyroid problems, cancer. Kids were coming up with respiratory diseases. Now, I've been in the military and lived away for a long time. I come back and visit. And each time I come back, I see changes. You smell something different. So in 2008, when I came back, you step onto the porch, you don't know what is going to assault you in the air. And from there, in 2016, I got caught in the rain. My face peeled pink. I'm an African American, but my face is pink. And to this day, it is still somewhat blotchy from that experience. Matter of fact, I did it twice. A year later, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And all this time, I'm canvassing my neighborhood saying, this is what's coming. You need to come out. You need to look. You need to show up at the polls, show up at the community meetings. And along with that, I also got to know Tulane Environmental Law Clinic. So we filed paperwork about the permits for YCI, permits for Ergon Moda, especially Bayou Bridge Pipeline, and South Louisiana Methanol, New Store. So it's not like the people in the community are not challenging this thing. It's not like we're sitting and just saying, oh, it's okay to come in. No, it's not. And our community is really under attack. The post office has been closed. The high school has been sold. You won't find a convenience store. So if you forget the milk, you're going to drive at least 15 minutes outside of your neighborhood, period. And there was a time when we didn't know why we weren't getting mail. It turned out that our mail lady was ill. You know, nobody said that your post office is going to actually close on this date. So that was the second time. We're still fighting to get the post office back. But in the meantime, they're still letting other things in. And people who talk about our neighborhood outside of St. James will often call it the Port of South Louisiana, which is their headquarters in the next parish, St. John, where they also have numerous problems. Well, we were an agricultural community from the very beginning. So in an agricultural community, you have irrigation ditches. When it rains, the water is transposed outside of your community into whatever bayou or river, whatever is there. But at this point, especially the people in Bird Lane, which is a few streets over, and their neighbors are Shell and the Tank Farm, similar to myself. Go a little bit further down, they're going to have YCI, which is UN Methanol Chemical Company. Okay. And so your property flood, just a regular spring rain is going to give you some flooding. My house has been there since my mom was like 2 or 3 years old. She's 84 this year. This is where she's lived her whole life. When you're a kid, you're growing up and you see your grandparents and your great-grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, you know who you are. And I tell anybody, legacy is more than money. It passes on culture. It passes on values, a way to live, a way to take care of yourself, a way to sustain yourself. And they were able to sustain themselves, just like Sharon has said, from their environment, for what was there. But as these people come in, you don't hear the crickets, you don't see the birds, you don't have the butterflies. The only thing you have is whatever's left. You know, you'll see some crows, maybe a few grasshoppers, and you end up buying water. So in my family, this is the first time that we've not had like 2 or 3 generations living in our home, because in family, you know, it's everything to us. So for us in this particular area, it's even though Formosa is going to like double or triple, you're still being impacted. And local government is complicit because they can vote no, but they don't. Federal government won't come down and even close DuPont Dankum, which is the only plant in that area where the kids have to go to school smelling these chemicals. In our community, with Formosa coming in, it's going to be the same way for Fifth Ward, well, which is now St. Louis Academy, but it's an elementary school that is less than 2 miles from a major facility. And in between that, there's another company that owns property that wanted to put I think it was just some type of grain elevator type operation, but you cannot have that kind of dust next to a public school or public entity. Now, in our district, you have a park, but once South Louisiana Methanol is online, that park is on 3 sides. It's inside, you know, and there's no evacuation route. There's no you have an on-call fire department, or volunteer, you might as well call it. So it's not like if something happens, the residents can rest assured that one, you'll be able to get out, or two, you'll be able to save your property or your life. The biggest push there is that in an emergency, you should shelter in place. And I asked my councilman, well, the whole council, how do you shelter in place if you're a handicapped person and you can't get up to tape your window? And if you tape your window because your property has shifted with all the digging, this, that, and the other, it don't even make sense to tape the window because the chemicals are going to leak in. And I know this because you can talk to neighbors and they'll tell you on certain occasions, even though your door is closed, AC is going, you can still smell some residue of whatever's in the air in your home. So it's a huge challenge, but it's one where everybody's going to have to work. Everybody's going to have to show up. You know, you can't count on the people that you elect, and you can't count on the laws that are on the books because they can be twisted. And most often, Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, they will look at each plant as though it's the only entity that's in the area. And they don't do a full evaluation, you know. So we need to go from where you do, oh, it looks good, to actually getting in and looking to see what's going on. And it's, you know, some people want to go, some people want to stay. But whether people go or stay, what's going on in this area affects more than just Louisiana. Because all these chemicals that are going into the water in St. Charles Parish, St. John Parish, and St. James Parish, they end up in passing through New Orleans into the Gulf of Mexico, which empties into the rest of the world. So we immediately have a problem. And it's not just our problem. And I tell people in my neighborhood who are sneezing and saying, you know, I've been feeling a little bit off. And I tell them, you don't have an allergy problem. We're in the middle of winter. Why are you sneezing? You don't have a cold. You have a pollution problem. It's what you're breathing, you know? And a lot of people don't realize that it's affecting your brain, your nervous system, your respiratory system, your digestive system. In the midst of going through my surgeries and stuff for breast cancer, I found out I had a thyroid problem. So I had to have an operation for that. And if you think that it's not going to affect you because you're putting it out in our neighborhood, and I think that has been part of the mindset of the council, that it's just these two particular places. But it's not, because they're drinking the same water we're drinking. They're taking a bath in the same water we're bathing in. Okay. And you're smelling the same air. And so are the people below us, because we've had people, other groups that have come in to help, you know, get the word out and show this is what this company has did in other places. And that is one of the first things I do when I see that there's something coming in. I'm constantly on the Port of South Louisiana website. I'm constantly looking at the map, because you can go out there, it's a public website, and you can look to see how many plants there are, what's already sold, what's left to be sold, who's operational, things like this. And I go out there and then I look at that company, I go online and I research to see what else have they did. How much of a good neighbor are they in other communities? And most of the time, they're not good neighbors, especially Energy Transfer Partners. That was not a good neighbor, you know? And this thing that, well, pipelines are much safer. No, it leaks. It may not leak today, but it will, you know? And when the pipelines and you also have flaring, which means that they're burning off the gases that are not being transferred over, so to speak. The tanks have a floating roof. So you constantly have emissions coming out of these tanks that nobody tells you. But if you use the infrared camera, and I've looked through the infrared camera, you can see the cloud floating down to the ground of what's coming out. And so I you know, even after I'm cancer free, of course, I'm on a treatment plan. But when I'm walking through my neighborhood, it occurs to me, am I walking in the same soup or cocktail that made me sick from the very beginning? And like I said, my parents, my ancestors were slaves. And you think about how hard somebody had to work in order just to make a few pennies to save so they could buy their own home. And now the community that they have built is just being totally destroyed, totally destroyed. My community is being destroyed. Our district is being destroyed. The district across from us, which is District 4, is being destroyed. And when you call for help, they treat you like you don't know what you're talking about. You know, I stay calm, even if I'm upset, because I'm going to give you some pictures. I'm going to give you some facts. I'm going to list what's there, but I don't have to list what's there because the Department of Louisiana Environment and Quality, which I'm on their permitting list, I get every permit that's ever issued, changed or whatever, and I comment on everything because I'm going on record saying I don't approve this. You know, I don't like what you're doing. I know what this causes. I know what chemicals are coming out. I know what chemicals are in the water. And I know how it affects not only myself, but the environment. We're also a food desert. And you got to see a food desert. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, both of my grandfathers had abundant gardens. So did everybody else. You can't even grow your own food in this area anymore. You used to could walk out your back door, go a few feet away, so to speak, and pick some berries or whatever. And we all know that now they're saying that these are the foods that are healthy for you. But where are you going to find them? We're slowly destroying not only us, but yourself. And in this whole 10 years that I've been working with this, well, 11, because when I first started, my first grandchild was on the way. This year is going to be 11. And the situation for an evacuation route, how long does it take for you to decide these people need a way out of this neighborhood? And I tell people, don't count on that, because if there's an emergency, each plant has their own little paved street out to 3127, which is a road that will lead you out of the neighborhood. LA 18 is going to be blocked with emergency vehicles. You're not getting out. That's already been proven. You will not be allowed to pass. You will not be allowed to go in. We have a lot of senior citizens. One street have a lot of handicapped people. And everybody here can tell you somebody that died, somebody that's sick, young and old. When I was canvassing my neighborhood, I met a guy and his niece, who was a preteen, had lupus and cancer. How does a preteen end up like this? You know, if you listen to the news reports, it's say, oh, it's what you eat. It's this. It's not what we eat. It's not our health. I eat healthy. Ms. Levine eats healthy. My family eats healthy. So don't tell me that is what I'm eating. Don't tell me it's my habit. No, it's the environment which is being affected by all the poisons they're pumping in. And that's too much of a price for any community to pay, especially for things that are not going to stay in our nation. The majority of the methanol that's going to be produced in Louisiana will be shipped out. It's a concentrated effort to destroy where we live. Thank you for listening.
Eve.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your words. I think I'm just sitting with it and just feeling really sad and feeling really angry. This is not new news, but this is the reality. And I know that, you know, what to do with sadness and anger and all that is to organize. And
exactly.
You said like it's a huge challenge and everyone needs to show up. You can't count on the people in office. We need to depend on us. And I just think that's what we've been hearing from all the other panelists as well. I like, you all are my sheroes and my heroes, and you're doing the work. And also I think individually we've heard from Frida, from so many other people during this weekend, of being like, you guys may think that I'm like this huge, strong person, but no, I'm just like you. And so I think that's a good message for all of us listening to this call, that like, we need to find out about, we need to support the struggles that are happening in St. James, in Wet'suwet'en territory, otherwise. And we also need to get connected to the struggles that are happening in our neighborhood, because more than anything, I do believe that we do need to get angry, and we do need to organize. And it's like you said, what's going on in this area affects more than just Louisiana. And I think that's so true for, you know, as we focus on the South and other rural communities, we need to, like, that's where real power is going to be built in a bigger way. That also, the same way that like the bad things are more than just the local places, the good things are more than just the local places too. So thank you, Eve, Sharon, Ann, and Cherie, for all the work that you do for your own communities and the communities that are for everywhere. I think it's really apparent and true. And like, getting more freedom for Black folks and Black women, that gives more freedom to everyone. And so thank you for being with us. We're about to move to the Q&A portion where all these awesome folks you just heard from, Eve and Sharon and Ann and Cherie, are going to answer a couple questions that y'all have put into the chat. And then they're also going to have the opportunity to ask each other questions. But first, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the amazing interpreter, Kath Nygaard. She is based in Bogota, Colombia, and we are so grateful for her sharing her talent. Anyone who has done translation for long blocks of time knows what an art, skill, and heavy load that type of labor is. So thank you, Kath, on behalf of everyone listening. And we appreciate you and we see you and thank you for sharing with us. All right, folks, we will be moving to the Q&A section now where we'll be gathering questions from the chats to ask our panelists. Our panelists can also ask each other questions. I'm going to lift up a question from the chat for anyone and everyone on the panel to answer. And then Melissa will ask a question and then panelists can ask each other questions. So the question that I want to lift up from the chat, it came from Heidi Verthaler. And Heidi was asking, how do you maintain your inner peace and healing in such adversity? So this question is for Eve and Sharon and Cherie and Ann, like however each person wants to answer it. And the question is, how do you maintain your inner peace and healing despite such adversity, such tough circumstances?
This is Eve. For me, I look back at my culture. I take time out for myself, and I know that maybe I feel like I'm standing alone in my neighborhood, but I know that this is not the only place that faces those challenges. So I can take courage from other people, you know, like the ladies on this panel who are fighting essentially the same battle. So I don't feel alone, you know, and I don't feel defeated.
This is Cherie. I feel like it's okay sometimes to just feel defeated. Yeah, sometimes I cry, I get so sad. Sometimes I get mad and I just want to bust heads, and all those feelings are accurate. This is an assault on us. And I know that, like, I do keep myself up by, I like to read. I have great friends, and I do feel a very spiritual connection to the land. So being out in it and on it always helps me. And like Eve said, the people that I'm around are just the salt of the earth, best people. There are all these women and more always inspiring me to do better and to challenge myself. But it's okay to have those moments where you just feel like you can't make it, because they're going to happen. And if you deny yourself that, then you're denying a part of the humanness that you are. So be sad sometimes, be mad sometimes, but look around for inspiration because it's always there. And I look a lot at my kids too. My kids, they really lift me. They're proud of me. They're smart and funny and doing their own thing. And knowing that I'm giving back to them in a way that they won't be able to count later means something to me. So that's how I do it.
Okay, I wanted to say that sometimes when I feel despair and I feel discouraged, sometimes I sit on my porch and read my Bible, or I might call a friend who understands what I'm going through, and she would give me encouragement and she would tell me stuff like, it's not easy, but God chose you to do the works, and you have to be obedient to Him and not give up and go on and do what He told you to do, because He speaks to me daily and tell me what to do. And I always try to speak to people that's positive thinking people, not people that's going to tell me you're wasting your time, you can't fight this plant, you can't, I've heard people say you can't stop this plant. And I would answer those idiots that I know I can't stop this plant. God can stop it, not me. I'm not the maker. So, and then I went to I flew to different areas like Washington, D.C. I flew to New York to speak on panelists. And when I heard the problems of other states and other people, I said, dear Lord, I didn't know they had such problems worse than ours. So there's always somebody a little bit worse than you. But I always tell myself not to give up hope, because I know when I was told to do this work, I'm not supposed to just give up and let somebody discourage me. So when I feel despair, feel discouraged, I call a friend and I read my Bible. And that helps me out a lot.
Yep, I'm along the same lines about just relying on your spirituality, going back to our ceremonies and our prayers and our faith to get us through the hard times, because it is difficult to make it through those sometimes, but you have to have your good friends that are around and just go into it, feel it, don't stay there, you know, feel that despair, feel that whatever it is, don't stay there. You can be there for a minute because you have to, but then you have to move on, you know. You're not going to be any good to the movement or your family or yourself if you stay in that space, you know. These are really difficult times, and so we all need each other to help heal. And I personally, I also supplement my spirituality with just herbs and medicine, natural medicines, lots of teas and things like that. So that helps me cast some spells on the evil people out there. No, I'm kidding.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That always helps.
Yes, indeed. That one.
Thank you, Anne and everyone. We heard about like using the plant medicines, relying on faith, feeling the things that come up, not trying to shut them out, feeling them, but also moving beyond them, transforming anger and grief and sadness into something else if you can. And community. I think that came up for a bunch of people here. So thank you for sharing those thoughts. I'm now going to pass it over to Melissa, who I think has gathered another question from the chat for y'all. Melissa, just checking if you're there. Also, is there a question that any one of y'all want to ask each other? Sharon, Cherie, Eve, and Anne. Is there a question that you're like, oh, I know y'all know each other and kick it and strategize and everything, but here also, is there anything you want to ask each other as a question?
Me. Actually, I'm looking in the questions and answer, and someone asked, as a mom in a state that now has felony trespass law instead of a misdemeanor, do you worry about fine or prison? Well, I do. I really do. And I wanted to ask that question of everyone else, because I think we're all moms on here, and or grandmas or both. And I'm just wondering, like, how do you deal with that's like a double-edged thing. Like, I can tell you from experience, I have 6 kids, and ages 24 to 13 now. And I've been doing this for about a decade. So when the little one was still in diapers was when we started. And I can tell you, like, they're super proud and they're just really great kids, but I have struggled with when I have to leave them to go fight, you know, and come back and just missing them. I just miss them. I don't want to miss too much time. So I try to strike a balance myself. Like if I've gone this many days, I make sure I'm home 3 times as much, things like that. And I take them with me on trips. So, of course, you know, I didn't expect to get a felony. I didn't go out to get a felony, that's for sure. And so now this idea that there could be prison time, or there could be fines I don't worry about as much because I'll figure out a way, but the prison time taking me away from my kids, that is a scary thing. And they know that. That's why they put that on the table. I remember getting pulled out one time from a meeting, just a public meeting. And the first thing they did was throw me against the wall, put me in handcuffs and say, you will never see your kids again, which was insane. And I told them at the time, you are a liar, because I know people in prison get to see their kids and I hadn't done anything wrong. So you have got to push back against that. And you have to say, you have to have a balance, and you have to say, what is it that I'm willing to sacrifice, and be very firm on that. But to everyone else, how do you do it? How do you do it as moms? and grandmas?
Well, for me, this is Eve. I make sure, because I'm if I'm out doing something, I try not to be by myself, and I try to notice, what's going to be around. But I have been home alone, and my neighbor's driveway is like open. So there was a guy with a huge lens sticking out of the car filming the house, and I happened to see him. And when I went outside, he quickly pulled off. So that lets me know that, yeah, somebody is watching me. But not only that, but when I'm home on the phone, you can always tell when your line is open and somebody's listening in. So, in 2008, even though I came back for I was there for the hurricane, but I was living in Memphis and I had a job. I was getting ready to go back to school, and God told me go home. And I'm like, no, he can't mean that. Who's talking, right? And I'm home by myself, but that's where your mind go. And I was obedient. I went, back to Louisiana, and at the end of the month, because I came like on the 8th of August, and at the end of the month, the hurricane struck. And so when I went back, and I'm like, well, maybe that was why he sent me home. But while I was there taking care of the house, that's when all this environmental stuff came up. And I had never, again, gotten any struggles, not like that. I did other things, but nothing like that. And so I try to be aware of my safety and my personal surroundings. And I've come to the point that, well, maybe something will happen or not happen, but either way, it's going to be okay because God is with me. And I tell my family the same thing.
Yeah, it's definitely an added layer of just getting by and doing your planning. It's always something hanging over the head, and I feel like I'm always constantly planning. Everything I do is planning just in case assholes decide to pull these charges out on me, like in any minute. So it's always like sort of living on that little edge. So I feel like we just always have to be ready for that, have whatever in place. So it's that kind of, and they want that, they want us to be under that kind of stress or whatever, but sort of just learn to pull it together and always sort of have some kind of a plan in place, because you really do, you never know. And if some folks think they might drop these charges, and who knows. All I know is I got a timer. We got, how much did I say? 500 some days left. It's counting down. But yeah, that's something else. I don't know. I've never had to really deal with this kind of, it's stressful, that's for sure.
Well, I know one time I woke up one morning and found my garage door open, and I know I closed it. And my son stood up there and watched me close it, and after he went home. Then another time I noticed my cameras on my house was turned down instead of the way I had them set. So I told my attorney about it, just in conversation. It wasn't nothing I wanted to be done about it, because I didn't think much of it. And that's when she told me to let the sheriff in my community know about it. And I didn't see why. I didn't know somebody would try to do you something. So I called the sheriff and I explained to him what I noticed. And he told me if I see anything suspicious, give him a call, and he would have his deputies to monitor my home. And I said, okay. And he documented it. So that was the only time that I noticed anything. And I noticed other people are afraid for me. They are so afraid for me, and I'm not afraid for myself, but I should be, I guess. So when the priest told me that I'm a monarch, so he said nothing's going to happen to me because God anointed me. So that was nice to hear. And so I don't worry about someone harming me. The only thing that I'm fearful of, if I come home at night when it's dark and my porch light is not on, because I usually turn it on before I would leave. And so once or twice I came home and it wasn't on, and that kind of gave me a little scare. But I hurried and got in my house and then turned on my alarm and stuff. But at first it didn't worry me at all until other people started telling me about it. So I don't know, I just pray and I ask God to protect me. And I'm in my house at night and people telling me, you better watch this. I don't want to hear all of that because that make me afraid when they start telling me these things. If you don't have any fear or thinking something's going to happen to you, it's okay. And I know my phone is tapped, but I don't care. They're not going to hear anything that I don't want them to hear. And then I sit on my porch and they're telling me, you better watch it. Somebody might pass there and shoot you with a gun. And I said, well, let them pass, let them shoot. They're going to miss me. So, because I see these white trucks with all these people that's coming from the industry that pass in front of my house. And our people from St. James can't get the jobs, but they come from out of state and out of the parish, and they have these nice big trucks that they're driving and they're looking at me, staring at me, sitting on my porch. And I have my yard is full with signs. Formosa, you're not welcome here. St. James is our home. And so they know that that's me because I'm not gonna hide. I don't think I should hide. So my sister used to fuss and say, when I take pictures, I take them at my house. I said, well, you should have told me that when I first started this, because I didn't know I wasn't supposed to take a picture at my house. So it's too late to stop because my picture's all over. So, but to me, I'm not afraid. And God put that in me, that braveness, I guess, courage or whatever you might call it. So when God has his arm around you, you're not going to be afraid. So I'm not afraid.
Thank you, Sharon, for sharing that. And I think this is also just part of the power, I think, of like drawing union with movements in Honduras as well, who have faced lots of different levels of death threats, of assassination, security, and what can we learn together about how to protect ourselves better. It's kind of like Sharon was saying, like they're not going to hear what she doesn't want them to hear because they're taking security protocol and doing security culture. And so I think that's very important. This also just, Cherie, what you were mentioning before, and just thinking about how the state has always criminalized women and kind of come after children. Someone yesterday in the chat was talking about Dawnland, the film, talking about how the state has forcibly removed always like Indigenous children from their family and tried to break that culture, but people still finding culture and meaning. And just thank you very much for all participating in this Real Talk panel. And Cherie, I'm just thinking about how like even during the scene in the film where you're talking about different threats that you faced, and I'm thinking about behind the scenes when you and I were chatting and you're like, oh, I didn't like, we're being very intentional. Like, doesn't make sense to share this on screen or not? Will it scare people away from the movement? Is it helpful? And I think all this Real Talk, you've heard about the different physical intimidations and threats, as well as just the surveillance. And so we need to know about this and be more prepared and stronger together. So I just thank you all for your vulnerability, for your courage, and everything you continue to put on the line. Now I'd like to pass it to Melissa, who's gathered another question from the chat. Thank you.
I just want to say, I want to leave this space to close for all of you. And so we are getting a lot of questions about, is that petition open for public comment, or what can I do? I'm a lawyer, have legal skills, and how can I plug in? What can I do for my own community? So what can folks do concretely, specifically to support your struggles? Or what do you want to leave folks with? So just take it wherever you want it to go. So I'm going to pass it back to all of our amazing people.
Well, this is Eve. I would say that not just for us, in our communities, but in your own community, know the laws and know your rights. Know what can and cannot be done, and really vet the people that you're voting in the office for starters. And then you have to, just like Cherie said, you have to decide at what point do I draw the line and where do I want to stand. And as far as helping people, I'll just let someone else, comment on that. But just being encouraging and being aware of what's going on. and how you can change it to make it better, you know. So someone else?
I think that's true. Know the laws, know what you can and cannot do, and learn the law. So when you do something, you can stand up for it when they will come back and say it's not, you know, you can't do that particular thing. For example, when we were marching back in October of 2019, we wanted to cross the Sunshine Bridge, and they threatened us with jail time of 3 years, minimum 3 years, maximum 15 years. So that would be the hand that they fan with to put us in jail so we can stop our movement. So we want to be able to get things done. So knowing the law, just know your rights, what you can and cannot do. So if you know you can do something, I don't care what they come to you and tell you, you can't do it. When we were marching in New Orleans, the police officer told us that we couldn't cross the street, we would stop traffic. And one of our leaders, he knew the law, and he told him, well, yes, we can. And he said, show me the documentation that show that we can't cross that street. He couldn't show us anything. So we crossed the street. Now we're just as scared and nervous because I don't know anything about these laws and stuff, but we crossed the street. We showed them that he knew the law. We didn't know it. So he led us across that street and the traffic stopped, the police stopped the traffic for us and everything. So if you know the law and you know your rights, there's nothing they can do you. And I need to learn more about the law so I can do more things. And just like Eve said, elect the people in office who is going to fight for you, not the people that's going in there for getting what they can get for them, for their personal selves. So we need people to elect in office that are going to work for the community and not for their well-being and leave us alone, leave us out of it. That's what I think.
So this is Sheree. There's a lot of pipeline battles going on all over the country right now. You can just get involved. You can look up Line 3. I think it's Stop Line 3, hashtag Stop Line 3 on Facebook. Appalachians against pipelines. There's a battle against Line 5. There's just pipeline. This is all over. So you can check out in your area. Also just pay attention, like read the newspapers, pay attention to when they're having public comments in your area, because they really do put a little bit of gravity into those public comments if they see a whole bunch of them. So organize space around that. You know, we did over 100 actions to stop the Bayou Bridge pipeline, and we were pretty creative. I mean, we did everything from, you know, from the regular have petitions to go to I remember we dressed up and we go to different speaking opportunities and open comments. And we had a little thing called the Crawfish the Musical, where we put on crawfish costumes, went out to the easement and danced and put on a show for the workers. And at the end, some of the workers clapped. They would sit back and have a beer and watch us, you know. And I actually found out not that long ago that one of the workers that was at one of those events had turned and decided to do work on solar panels and started his own solar power panel company here in Louisiana. And he specifically said in the article that there was a group of protesters that when he was working on the pipelines, that came out there and did a little show. And he was so impressed by the creativity of it. It got him to thinking about it and what other options there were for the planet. And so my thing is, you never know what your legacy is going to be. Every little thing. I did a walk one time from New Orleans to DC. I was on the way, I just broke down. Like I said, I was in one of those spots where I was just exhausted. My toenails were falling off. I just couldn't think I could take another step. And I called someone called the Planet Walker, John Francis. And he told me that very same thing. He said, you will never know what your legacy is. All your job is to keep walking. And so that's what we got to do. We just got to keep walking, put one foot in front of the other, try to get in the way as much as possible, raise some hell, and be a little patient and try to do it with love. But it's everybody's job and responsibility to protect our water and to protect our land for future generations. So get to it.
I would just say, what was the question again? Wait, now.
I mean,
say, but what
well, I mean, there's just all different variations of what can I do, and something that resonates. There was somebody who wrote in from Alberta too, right? Like all the folks that get money and jobs from industry, you know. So what can you do in these situations? But also take it wherever you want, and we love you and trust you. Go for it.
Well, I'm going to plug this fundraiser. That's what you can do right now. I mean, that fundraiser that we're plugging, we've got 2 of them. We have one that we set for $100,000, and we've been plugging that into here. And I want you all, there's 177 people on here. Please take a look at that and donate $10 or something. Help us get to our $100,000 goal, because I'm going to tell you that money is going to be split among 6 groups that are recognized in this film festival. So that's the least that we can do, right? That is the least that we can do, is support them with some cold hard cash so that they can do whatever they need to with that money. We also have the raffle as well. So those are just some things that you can do to support the efforts. That's what I would like to say. I'm a fundraiser as well, so I'm just pushing that, because that's something that we, you know, the being on the ground, we were always short of funds. And there was, you know, we can make $500 stretch as far as you can, but really, you really need that support. And it's got to come from folks, because a lot of times when you're on the ground like this, you don't have time to do the fundraising effort, right? You're split so many different ways. So please visit those fundraising sites and support the groups that you've been watching and hearing their struggles here today. Thanks a lot.
Cool. Well, I think we're going to move out to close the Q&A. Wow. I hope you're enjoying the film fest today as much as I am, because this is just incredible stuff. I feel blown away by this panel. And I just want to say thank you to each one of our panelists. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Cherie. And thank you, Anne. This has really been incredible. And it's also heavy stuff. And so don't go anywhere. We have the most amazing Women Warriors panel coming up next. But first, we want to invite you into a short break. So go to the bathroom, grab some water. I'm going to play some music. Feel free to dance to the music, listen to your body, do what you got to do. I'm going to play some music. And when the music ends, please come back. And then Melissa Cox will be leading us into the Women Warriors panel when we come back.
Wash my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul again. Carry away my dead leaves. Let me baptize my soul with the help of your waters. Sink my pains and complaints. Let the river take them. River, drown them. My ego and my blame. Let me baptize my soul with the help of your waters. Those old means so ashamed. Let the river take them. River, drown them. Come to your river. I will come to your river. I will come to your river. Come to your river. Wash my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul again. my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul. I will come to your river. Wash my soul again.
I want everyone to get, Jen, what did you describe yourself as? Like pushy excited? I want everyone
Yeah.
forget all the grounding. We're going to do that in about 5 minutes. But now it's like pushy excited time for like, take it away, Jen. And just let me know if you need me to share screen or anything.
No, it's fine. I'm going to share mine. I just wanted to say that I am even more inspired now by all the work that is happening on all the front lines. And I'm really happy to be able to contribute a piece of my work for this spot draw. I've been like working on this little piece. It's so shiny. During the documentary and the panel. And I just wanted to say, Tebi Masai, thank you very much to everybody that is participating, to everybody that is attending, and to everyone that has donated. We have surpassed our goal for the raffle, which is so exciting. Yeah, everybody. And so we still have the ambitious goal of $100,000 for the main fundraiser. I realized that the link that was shared when I first asked folks to donate to the main fundraiser page was to the raffle. And so I've included both the people that donated to the raffle and to the main fundraiser page in this spot draw. And let me see I can figure out. All right, so I have 17 names of folks that made a minimum $50 donation. Some folks donated way more. Thank you so much. It's really going to be supporting all of the front lines. There's a bunch of different things that folks are campaigning for that they want to see happen in their communities, from food security and food sovereignty to building infrastructure and providing safety for their communities. And so all the money, the $100,000 goal, is going to be split up between the 6 communities equally. And yeah, that campaign is going to stay open until April 22nd, which is Earth Day, and we're going to actually end it with an auction. So between now and then, you will have another opportunity to win some cool things. So I have in here random.org, 1 to 17. Those are the names. And so number 10. And the winner is Nora Langen.
Ooh.
I don't know if I pronounced that properly. Nora Langen. How do I get off of screen share?
Should be like a stop screen share button on the top of your screen.
Oh, I see it. Stop share. Ta-da. So, Nora, I am going to get in touch with you about color options and edging options and like finding options, whatever. It's all up to you, darling. So just one more plug. Please continue to share our main fundraiser page We do have a very ambitious goal of $100,000 to be split up between all 6 communities. And I feel kind of personally responsible because I'm like, yeah, let's go for 100,000. That was totally my vibe. So go big or go home is my motto. Yeah, so let's see if we can get, how can I post the fundraiser on my Facebook page? Can somebody please put the link for the main fundraiser in the chat? And let's see how much closer we can get to our goal by the end of today. I'm gonna keep talking to you guys about it. And yeah, I will calm myself down. Oh, and in the raffle, if you haven't gotten your raffle tickets yet, we have these t-shirts.
No
trespass. What? And it was designed by my brother-in-law, who's Namgis, from the Kwakwaka'wakw people on what is now known as Vancouver Island. An amazing artist. What? See that? So, yeah, go get your raffle tickets because after the Women's Warrior panel, we're doing the draw. What's Miss I?
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, a little behind the scenes on the fundraiser. We're having the fundraising conversation, and we're like, "Well, how much should we ask for?" And Jen was like, "100K," and I was like, "Okay, Jen. Point of clarification: you living up north? We talking about 100K Canadian dollars or American dollars?" And I think you might have been talking about Canadian dollars, but then you were like,
I totally was.
And it's like, what do movements need? They need a lot more money, a lot more than 100K. So I also want just folks to consider, you know, like when you're making these donations, think about supporting these movements in the future. You know, change takes time. The movement for Black Lives on like a call a couple months ago was like, hey, what movements need to think about to actually make change is a decade as a minimum unit of time. And that is how the right-wing conservative things are funding their movements. And so we need to start our funding movements like Ashley Woodard Hedren says, fund us like you want us to win. So thank you, Jen, for all this hype. This 100K, we're gonna do it, and we need to do more in the future. I see a lot of people saying, I want that t-shirt. And so, hey, how you get that t-shirt? You go to that fundraiser, and the raffle is in it. And then if you don't win the raffle, we'll tell you some other stuff too. So we are going to be moving soon into our next thing. We are going to be doing this really cool ritual that maybe some are familiar with and maybe is new for you. And so I want you to just kind of get comfortable. I want you to like feel into your body. That's one of the themes that we've been talking about today, about feeling into your body, not pushing away emotions, but feeling into them and then kind of transforming them. So I invite you to listen to your body, and if it feels comfortable, just like feel your feet on the ground. See if you can like just move those feet a little bit. Feel that sensation, feel kind of planted. Put your hands in a place that are comfortable and just take a deep breath in. And then let it go out through the nose, through the mouth. And then bring another one back in through the nose. Let it escape through the mouth. You can close your eyes if that feels comfortable, or you can keep them open. We're just going to be here for a couple more breaths. Breathe in, let it out through the mouth. Breathe in through the nose. Let it out through the mouth. And then when you're comfortable, start to come back. Open up those eyes, maybe take a little look around, see if there's like a color that your eye is attracted to. We're back here, you're in your body. You're just where you need to be right now. We're so happy you're here, and I'm passing it over to Melissa.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm the organizer of the festival. I worked as a producer on 2 of the films, and also did the second unit cinematography for La Lucha Sigue, the documentary that we saw yesterday. And I did a little camera work in the Wet'suwet'en film that we also saw yesterday, and I'm the producer on today's film. So thank you so much for coming on this journey with us. Feel free to utilize the chat that we have for comments and questions, but I just want to share how incredibly monumental, how historic this moment is, this festival is, this joining together of communities from the global South and the global North to have conversations, to talk about strategies, and to share with all of you the things that so many people think are impossible, but so many wise people have talked about. Things seem impossible until they're possible, right? Those are not my words, but it's something that rings true. It's something that we can see in the spaces of all of these communities. And so I just want to sit and really reflect on this moment and how incredibly historic it is to join together, not just like incredibly busy, thoughtful, visionary people together from one community, but just all of the energy and time and thought that has actually gone into cultivating and creating a space that brings together 6 different frontline communities from Honduras to so-called Louisiana, the so-called Canada in Wet'suwet'en territory. And so I just want to sit with that for a second, right? What it takes, all these different time zones, so many different pressing issues. People are fighting for their lives in their communities, holding down space for their communities to heal, transforming this world, and they're coming together right now to share things with us. And I just want to thank you for being on this journey with us. It means so much to all of us that you're here, that you're asking questions, that you're thinking about things. And so I just want to highlight and name the goals that we had for this festival. We had many different planning meetings with all the frontline organizers to really build a space that's not something that I'm imposing or that Mutual Aid Media and Sam is imposing, but really to vision together, what do they want the space to look like? What do they want it to be? And so in all of those planning meetings, we talked about different goals that folks had for this festival. And I just want to make sure that we name them. And the first thing that we talked about in early planning meetings is articulating the struggles, right? Building these relationships, making these connections, seeing how things sometimes look different in other places, but it's like a different side of the same coin. And there are different manifestations. There might be different actors that are driving these problems and issues, but systemically, we can identify some of those issues that are impacting this whole world. And so the first goal, articulating struggles, building movements together, right? Building relationships together, understanding that this is all one struggle. And the second goal that we had for the festival is to reach new audiences, whether it's people who are already invested and supporting folks in Wet'suwet'en territory, but aren't really sure what's happening in Lenca territory or in Griffin territory and vice versa. But not just people who are already water protectors and land defenders, also reaching university groups, reaching organizations, reaching people who are kind and caring people who maybe haven't heard about any of these things before, but really want to know what they can do. And so a second goal was reaching new audiences. And related to that, the third goal of the film festival is to really highlight sometimes the world can feel overwhelming. Sometimes it feels really hard. Sometimes we're sad. Sometimes we're angry. There's also so much joy in this world, so much hope in this world. But sometimes those more difficult feelings can be overwhelming, and it's easy to feel like we can't do something to change those things. And what we really want folks to come away with from this festival is that greed and destruction is not our destiny, and the destructive systems, the capitalist, racist, patriarchal, colonial, militarized systems don't have to define our lives. They don't have to devour the world. There are other ways for us to exist. And these communities are proof of that. They are building the systems. They have been building these systems for thousands of years, since time immemorial. And the only thing that we, or I'm going to say, speak for myself as a settler colonizer, have to do a lot of times is to get out of the way with imposing, continuing, strengthening destructive systems, and step back and listen and support struggles, support people who are closest to the issues, and let them guide what's happening. And so if you've been impacted today by what you've heard, and yesterday, what you've journeyed with us, please, please support these amazing speakers. Help them build the projects that they are dreaming and already building. Help them continue their incredible work. Do that by making a donation. You can find in the chat ways to donate. There's no donation that is too small. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for journeying on in this space with us. I just want to let you know today we were going to have Miriam Miranda from Ofrane join us. Unfortunately, the electricity on the coast where Miriam is right now in Honduras is out. They're not going to have electricity for the whole day. And so she won't be joining us, but we do have Carla Garcia, an amazing representative of Ofrane, who joined us yesterday and is here with us today to represent Ofrane. And now I want to introduce you to Deborah Gonzalez, who is going to help to facilitate the next portion. Deborah Gonzalez is an organizer with the School of the Americas Watch. The School of the Americas Watch is the incredible grassroots organization that has been holding down so much in this film festival. And so I just want to make sure that we're making space to hear from people who are directly impacted and make sure that they are guiding the spaces. So Deborah is from Los Angeles, born to migrant parents that found refuge in the city after migrating from El Salvador and Guatemala. She was coordinator of the Missing Migrant Crisis Hotline, a project of the Coalition of Derechos Humanos and No More Deaths, where they guided families through the process of locating missing relatives disappeared crossing the US-Mexico border. Deborah has been active in migrant rights work, resistance of border community, and the resilience of border communities in the face of militarization. She is now an organizer with the School of the Americas Watch, focusing on the program area of dismantling border imperialism. So I'm going to pass the mic to Deborah.
Thank you, Melissa. Hello, everyone. It is such an honor to be here and to help facilitate the space. I am incredibly blown away by all the information that we've received, all the struggles, and I'm honored to be here. I want to start by acknowledging all of our ancestors and everyone that has guided us and has brought us to where we are today, the resistance and the resilience of each individual and all of our communities. This weekend, we have heard from strong women from so-called areas, Canada, all the way to Honduras and so forth, making incredible connections. But really what's been standing out to me has been the violence in which every single person has been attacked, every single community has been facing, and it is for greed, for profit, and yet we continue to fight, and yet we continue to be here. And so before I pass the mic I want to start by saying we are going to go into an area of presentes. It means present, where we are going to be acknowledging the people that have come before us, the people that have continued to fight, the people that we remember, because no matter how they left this earth, we hold them close and they continue to guide us. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Suli Rodriguez, who is going to give us a little bit of information about presentes. So in this time, every time that we say presentes, join with us because it is uniting our energies. We may be in different spaces throughout the world. I know there were people from Finland yesterday, from Cuba today. There are people from everywhere, and our energies are one, and we are calling our ancestors, because this historical moment is not just us being here virtually, but our energies are interconnected. So Suli Rodriguez, bienvenida. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Cuando estés lista, aquí estamos.
Hola, compañeras y compañeros. Gracias, Deb.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Deb. It's a pleasure for me to be able to be a part of this festival and to listen to all of our colleagues who have been sharing their words and have accompanied the whole festival. It fills us with strength and the desire to continue struggling, accompanying these other struggles, and to continue fighting for a better world. So the present activity is, and here in Honduras, we like this ritual, and it is honoring all of those who have passed for defending life. And so this is a very simple dynamic, and so it's naming some of our martyrs, and then after each name, we all will say present. For example, I will say Michael Rodriguez, who is a colleague who was assassinated in the Rio Blanco struggle. And so after I say his name, we'll say Presente. So we're going to name some colleagues who have given their lives in our struggles, but we also want to invite all the people who are part of this festival to write the names of colleagues, of people who should be included to be part of the collective memory that we're creating today. We name our martyrs, we bring them forward in our memory, and we bring them together into this festival, to our struggles, to be guided by their strength and their legacy in the defense of water, the defense of land, and the defense of life. We name them to not forget them, to remember them, as Berta Cáceres said. Life has multiple forms. The defense of life is giving life for the well-being of humanity and the planet. And that's why we want to bring forward and hold in the memory of these people who continue accompanying us in our struggle. And so this is the dynamic that we're going to be, the ritual that we're going to be doing today. So I invite all of you to name other people in the chat, to bring them all forward and to have them all present in this space, in this festival, and so they can continue accompanying us as they always do.
Thank you, Suli, for sharing with us the roots of this Presente ritual. We will now be moving into saying the names of those who have passed. I might cry because this is a heavy theme that sometimes asks for my tears. We are going to include the names of loved ones who have lost their lives crossing borders, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls who have lost their lives along the Highway of Tears, which is a highway that goes through our Wet'suwet'en communities, and people who have lost their lives due to environmental racism and cancer-causing industry. This is also not meant to be an exhaustive list, and we recognize that there are many more names that we don't have time to say. All of our relatives and loved ones are remembered, and we will always carry them with us. I want to remind everyone that we are not alone in this. The ancestors are always with us. They watch over our fallen brothers, sisters, and siblings on their path. We honor them by saying their names and remembering that they are present and presente. I will start by sharing the names of Wet'suwet'en relatives who have transitioned, and then we will have Suli and Carla say the names of people from their communities. Agnes Augusta. Presente.
Presente.
Ramona.
Presente.
Presente.
Presente. And that's something
Presente.
Jessica Patrick. Presente.
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 Masai, and to you, Suli.
Berta Cáceres.
Presente.
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 Tomás García.
Presente.
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 Ahora, Carla, te paso la palabra a ti.
Muchas gracias, Suli. Llamamos.
We're calling for the energy of all of our ancestors, all of our warriors from around the world. Specifically, we're calling on the strength
De nuestra hermana Mirna Suazo.
Presente.
María Digna Montero.
Presente.
Presente.
Edwin Fernández.
Presente.
Presente.
Paso el micrófono.
Presente.
Claudette Octave.
Presente.
Presente.
Lynn Nicholas.
Presente.
Presente.
Lynn Nicholas.
Presente.
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 Irma Smith.
Presente.
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 Geraldine Mayho.
Presente.
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 Keith Hunt Hunter.
Presente.
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 Savannah Foote.
Presente.
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 Presente. And we acknowledge everyone. State violence, because of health issues, because of extractivist corporations that put profit over people. We acknowledge our ancestors. We are here with them. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your words. Thank you for remembering. Thank you for continuing their struggle, their legacy. Thank you for guiding us. All of you here in this panel carry that fire. And as mothers, as people, we pass that fire for our children, to our children, to continue. It didn't start with us, and it will not end with us. So here, I'm honored to introduce from Ofrane, Carla Garcia, from Copín, Zuli Rodriguez and Berta Zúñiga Cáceres, Dunia Domínguez, from Lois Lavi, Sherry Foytlin, Ann Whitehat, community leaders from St. James, Eve Butler, from Rice St. James, Eve Butler and Sharon Levine, also Jen Wickham, Gidimton, Wet'suwet'en, and Frida Houston, Unitstoten, Wet'suwet'en. Welcome, women. Welcome, warriors. We've had such a weekend, so much information, so many films, so much conversation. And let's continue. Let's continue to make these connections. Let's continue to make these threads. And so I want to hear your reflection as you've sat here listening to your compañeras, to our compañeras, to our comrades in different places. We are here and we will continue to make them. So I want to hear your reflections. What is resonating with you as we're hearing your comrades and someone else speak? What are the threads between the struggles that we are seeing? What has resonated with you? So I'm going to leave that open for anyone that wants to jump on.
Es duro escuchar.
It's hard to hear in different spaces that we have such similar problems. There's so much violence, so much inequality. It's so hard to know that we're not islands. We're continents of people who are suffering due to the same issues. But it also gives me hope to know that in each place where there is a similar problem, and it's similar to the problems we face, there are people who are fighting, there are people who are connected to the real sensation of what it means to be human, to be a people, to have equality, and beyond that, to think of the future generations, which at some point they could have the same problems, but we are trying to resolve those challenges more than feeling sad. And specifically myself, I feel reactivated, I feel energetic, I feel positive, because it's not a struggle where I am alone. Surely we aren't as, our struggles aren't as tied together because we don't maybe know about the other struggles. And so I'm thankful for this space to know that there are more women, men, children, more humans who are fighting in the same way that we are fighting in the Garifuna community. And so even though we don't know each other, and even if we didn't know of each other, we already have been connected in some way because we have this energy that seeks truth. For us, it's been very important to see how at this time, and things that we talked about, why people leave the countryside, they leave their lands to go to the city, or why people accept these death projects when they are told that there will be development. It's because in the end, the system that we have been educated in has taught us that being in agreement with others' say and right, and forgetting our own roots and where we come from and what has allowed us to become who we are, that these things are very disconnected. And so seeing people who are defending rivers outside of Honduras's borders, people who are defending their children's lives, defending air and nature, it shows me the broadness that everything we have been taught is useful. We aren't losing the battle. We have martyrs who have taught us that we can fight and we can lose our physical life, but our internal life will continue in the memory. And we just saw this, calling all of these people who have lost their lives, some of them, we're calling them to be present. These people who have lost their life, defending life. And so, as the Garifuna spirituality says, life continues. And that's what I wanted to share initially.
La vida continúa. Muchas gracias. How about Anne? What have been your reflections this weekend, continuing from what Carla has already shared with us?
Sure. Since you put me on the spot, I will share. I think in reflecting on this weekend and the movements, I think it just shows the strength of the women. When we realize that the things that are going to keep our children alive are at threat, we respond. And that's what we all have done in this weekend, and all of these movements that have been highlighted through this film festival. So I see that as one of the common threads of the women responding to stepping up to threats to their lifeline of the children, basically the threats to the water, threats to our livelihood. And I've gotten a lot of strength hearing from all of the different struggles and the similarities and differences, but we have a lot of similarities, and I don't know. That's all I can really say right now. Thank you.
Everyone, feel free to jump on and make another connection and share your reflections. I think that, Anne, what you're sharing is true, right? Like, we need to keep our children safe, and that's why we respond. And the conversation that we were having earlier, hearing all of you speak, for no matter what connection or where we're at, like, that guides us. When you put water at risk, you're putting humanity at risk. You're putting our seeds at risk. And we will continue to defend that. And we have since time immemorial. Sharon, I felt so powerful what you were saying about the history and where you come from, that it was descendants, your ancestors, like they were slaves and they built and they continue to build, and we honor that by continuing to defend the land and what they worked for. So can you share a little bit with us?
The land that I live on now, it was my grandparents' land. And I live on 20 acres of land. And this is sentimental to me, not to just give up what I have and let someone come in and take it. So that's one reason why I fight so hard. Because just like I said, we grew up on this land, we live off this land. And to let someone come in and take it, that's not going to happen. That's why we are fighting. And we're going to continue to fight for what's ours. And all we asking is to breathe clean air and drink clean water and have productive soil. That's all we asking. We're asking for our lives. And we're going to continue to ask for our lives. We're going to work and do whatever we can to save the lives of the people in St. James. Because we deserve to live. So that's my take on it.
I think one of the things that really stands out for me in hearing all of the different panelists speaking over the last 2 days has been this like faith and absence of fear. And, you know, I think that it takes a very specific kind of person to just like see something that needs to be done and just do it, because not everybody does that. Otherwise, we would have a lot more help. So I'm curious and interested to hear what everybody's inspiration is and who your inspiration is, or like what your motivation is. I know that we're all fighting for water and like our land. But I think that everybody's like inspiration is always just a little bit varied. And so with such a diverse group of powerful women, I would really like to hear from each of you what your inspiration is. Miss A. You want me to pick somebody?
Yo estoy aquí, I'm here. Cuando nosotros vemos
when we see
los saludables,
how the healthy way that our ancestors, the healthiness of their lifestyle, with in our spirituality we receive messages such as, you know, how to react to a pandemic, how to protect ourselves. When we see how beautiful it is that our children can run freely along the beaches, when we learn of, when we found that, you know, the why behind each of the things that happened and has happened within our community, I'm going to share an example of it. It's a simple example. Once, after eating at lunch, we need to take a nap, specifically the children. And the community turns into a very quiet, silent, and calm space that we're generating, you know, peace around all of the problems. It's almost a therapeutic way to improve the problems, the emotional challenges. So when we understand why life was different, why our people lived more years, it's because we need to be connected to the Mother Earth, because she provides food, she protects us, she allows us to build what we need. It's impossible not to be inspired. I have a specific life because recently, a few years ago, I moved to New York. And here I understand better that what I have in my community is wealth. I have love. I have health. I have freedom. My children are much freer. How would I not fight if I could ensure that others don't lose that? That is part of the inspiration that I have. The life of our ancestors wasn't poverty. Once we understand that we're not talking about economic poverty or spiritual poverty, when we understand that we need to continue that path, and that's where we will begin to feel that inspiration.
This is Eve. What I like to say is, I watch both days of the film and I listen to everyone. And I also watched the chat. And I was just amazed that we were able to reach people from all different backgrounds and places. And with each story, it became more and more apparent to me that our ancestors, or the things that our ancestors taught us to value, is just bubbling up, from the core of our being, whether it's one person, two person, or what. But it is coming from a space where each household, so to speak, or each family knows, this is what my grandmother taught me, this is what my grandfather did. But now the overall thing that everything is just bubbling up. And I go back to what Frida said, because I was thinking along the same lines of being able to sustain yourself, about knowing how to grow your own food, how to make yourself healthy. And it's the same thing down in Honduras, growing the coconut water, the coconut plants and stuff like that. And it has just been so inspiring to me to hear all over, even though we have the same problems or issues, the solution is there, and we just got to stand, and yes, sometimes we stand alone, sometimes there are other people, but through faith and persistence, if God has called you to this, he is going to provide you with everything you need to get through it. And I like to tell people, change your perspective, change your life. Look at what you value, look at what you're looking at. We all value our children, and you can't take on somebody else's values and expect that to be successful for you, because that's not who you are, But if you go back to your ancestors, because the things they instilled in you have been tried, they're proven, they're true. You can't teach somebody courage. You can't teach somebody how to be brave. You can't teach somebody how to, you can tell them you should appreciate this or you should do that. But when you look back over your life, not just the one you're living now, but look at over the life of your family, it has a legacy of strength, endurance, and faith. Because the faith we have now, that was handed generation to generation to generation. It's not a tradition, it's a way of life. It's how we live. And I see that you're like one candle, but that one candle is providing light to so many people, so much inspiration here. This has just been one amazing film festival for me. You can't even really call it a film festival, because it's just added so much more to so many people that tuned in to see and to hear.
So I said yesterday, meeting with Zinqua was my main inspiration for moving back home to my territory. But I never would have met with Zinqua, and I never would have been connected in that way if it wasn't for Frida. So Frida is one of the main inspirations in my life, and I would love to hear what Frida's inspiration is.
Well, I just finished doing an interview with Al Jazeera, and that was one of the key questions they asked me, is what my inspiration was and which woman inspired me to do what I'm doing. And the woman I would have chosen, because they wanted to interview them, had passed. So they couldn't use that woman. and her name was, she was the prior Nedibis, which was our head chief. And she lived to be 113 years old. And she's the one that showed me how to be humble and how to be strong, even though you're humble, and taught me about prayer, how she prayed every day and prayed for everything. And she also taught me about culture, that we had to hang on to our culture, because what she shared with me was that the white man did not bring us God. We were already serving a God before white man came into our land. So she told me not to listen when people say the white people brought religion to our community, because she said, we had our own prophets, we prayed, we gave thanks for everything, thanks for the water, thanks for the food. So she taught her children that, and her children, being my mom, taught me that. And I grew up in a Christian home, and even though I steered away and tried to follow the world for a while, I soon found out that following the world wasn't the right way to go, because we're following a corrupt world where there's so much greed, so much anger, and so much selfishness. People are self-centered, that they're not even thinking about their children or their grandchildren. And the reason I couldn't use her as she passed, so I had to pick somebody else who inspired me to keep doing what I'm doing. And that would be my niece, Oyate. Her name is, she returns to her people. Her dad is Lakota and her mom is Wet'suwet'en. And her full name is, I might not say it all properly, Oyate Keen Kigla Win, means she's reincarnated, that she was sent back to us. And she is so connected to the land, the water, and wants to protect it. And ever since she was a baby, she didn't behave like a child. She behaved like an elder, on how she didn't barely cry. She didn't play like normal children play. She was just very quiet. And when 2 years ago, when that incident happened at 44, because of the violence that was conducted there, the chiefs made a decision that we couldn't block that bridge. We had to stand down. And my niece asked, should we stay? Should I stay or should we go? And I told her, you should go, because you can guarantee they're going to send a Ministry of Children and remove Oyate from you and say you put her in danger. So when they had to leave, I was putting her in her seat, and she was crying and wailing so hard that she didn't want to leave, and she was just only 4. And when I put her in her seat and buckled her in, she grabbed my hand and said, Auntie, promise you will not let them take my yintah. Don't let the bad man take my yintah, which means don't let them take my land. And she was only 4. And with tears in my eyes, I walked away and said, because as tired as I was, I've been doing this for 10 years, I decided I need to keep going for Oyate. And as I shared in my talks yesterday, if I didn't have my faith and I didn't have my prayers, I would not have been able to go this long. Because I rely on my faith, I rely on my prayers, and when I'm struggling, words from scripture come to me and give me strength to keep going. So that's my inspiration. And the number one thing is, as we call him, creator, God, that he created the whole planet, and he knows, he's all seeing, all being. He knows everything before it even happens. And sometimes he allows some of the bad things to happen to force people to turn back to him. That's what's been coming to me a lot lately, that people have forgotten about God. We've become so selfish that we only look at self-gain. It's the whole planet. That's what's happening right now. And he's calling people to come back to him, to look to him, because he's the only one that can help us out of this. Because right now it seems like the powers that be are so big that we're fighting against Goliath, the giant, and we're the little Davids. And That's what I'm reminded of all the time of that story. They may look like giants, but someone as small as David just used a sling and put down the giant. If we depend on our faith and prayers, we can put down the giant. And then another thing I have to remember is when I'm praying, it's got to be his will, not my will. Maybe some of this stuff has to happen to force people to go back to the basics. Because right now, everybody's just chasing money, chasing jobs, wanting more, more, more. Even though we have our basic needs, we want more. We want what our neighbors have. And my grandma taught me how to be humble, no matter where I am in my life. Even if I'm rich, even if I'm poor, I have to be humble and have compassion for all people, have love for all people. And I learned how to be humble over the years from my dad's example as well. He was always humble, no matter how aggressive and mean people were towards him, he remained humble. And in this fight we're in, we have to be humble, because if I wasn't humble and peaceful, they could have took me out by force a long time ago and hauled me away to jail, and I wouldn't even be able to do what I'm doing. So a lot of times I have to bite my tongue and not just be quick to respond, but just to listen to what people are saying. And then through prayer, even when they're saying things to me, I'm praying the whole time saying, help me not to say anything, help me not to respond. Because in my old nature, I would respond quickly. I would be feisty and want to fight. And I had to put that old nature away and learn to be humble. And I learned that from my ancestors. I learned that from my matriarchs in my clan are all very humble, especially my mom. Even though she's quiet, she's always got wise things of instructions on how to, when we're going through everything, when I sent Oyate home, my mom was sending me scriptures to encourage me on how he told me not to worry, that we will win. And so, yeah, those are the people that inspired me, was my grandma and my niece, who's so young yet so wise. And I believe in my prayers. I really believe the project that's posed for my territory is not going to go ahead, because I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my spirit that financially they're not going to be able to do it. And that doesn't mean that's going to be end of it. But like I said, everything that's happening, things are going to get worse, and it's going to force people to turn back to God, because things are going to get so bad that we won't be able to survive in our own human nature, that we have to rely on a higher power to get us through those troubling times. And through my walk, I've experienced a lot of times when there were struggles, supernaturally, I was provided food. And he showed me supernaturally he can provide me food again. Even things get scarce and struggling, he will provide supernaturally for me if I continue just to obey and do what he tells me to do. And I've had several people tell me this is what I am supposed to be doing, because I was questioning and uncertain that this seems like a worldly thing where I'm fighting for the land, fighting for the water. So I was conflicted and confused. And then I had somebody come to me and said, no, this is what God wants you to do. He put you here for a reason. And you just need to have faith and trust him that the outcome is going to be what he wants. So now I keep just saying, I entrust everything to you. You know, you're the all-knowing, you know what the outcome is going to be, and I just have to be obedient and do it. And I'm just thankful for my faith that keeps me standing and keeps me humble.
Thank you. I want to hear also from Berta. Berta, what inspires you?
Bueno, espero que puedan verme.
Hello. I hope you can see me. I think we have a lot of lessons along this path, a lot of wisdom, as the colleagues have mentioned, and a lot of principles. I think these principles are very important in our struggles in this helps us to sustain these processes and to strengthen them and to strengthen all of our efforts. So I think there's so many things that have inspired me, but very recently, something that motivated me and was seeing the struggle of other women outside of the things I learned from my mother and the women from my family. I've seen these struggles that are collective struggles. For example, in Rio Blanco, there is a lot of violence that was created by the hydroelectric project, and there have been a lot of threats and many attacks specifically against the women. But they continue, and they are very certain to continue, and the importance of defending their territory. So that motivated me because it's not my struggle, it's not just my mother's struggle or the struggle of a small group of people who are there day by day, but this is a struggle that's radiates into many communities, that regardless of the challenges, people continue fighting for their territory, and that inspires me.
Thank you. I think we're hearing so much about the violence. There's all the films that we saw. I'm also curious to hear from Cherie. Cherie, what inspires you, but also what is important for the audience to know that wasn't covered in this documentary? You're on mute right now.
I knew that. What inspired me are things that have already been said, whether it's like future generations, elders, belief in a higher power, belief in creation, or if it's my sisters and brothers out there on the front line doing what they need to do to protect their government, or to protect their community. And then there's one more thing, and that's revenge. I'm serious. I really like to make them cry. I feel like at some point we have to be the arm of karma. And I've been in situations before where we went into where they are, and they were having a big meeting with their stockholders, and we totally crashed the place and brought them down. And Kelsey Warren, who's the CEO of Energy Transfer Partners, the last time I looked at him, he was hiding behind a pulpit. He was scared. And I remember thinking to myself, not scared in the way that he thought we were going to get him, but scared in the way that he thought redemption had come. And he knew that we weren't there to play any more games, that he was going to have to look us all in the face. And there were people there from our fight, Loy La Vie, Dakota Access Pipeline, and people up from Pennsylvania who had all been fighting this same person. And when he had to walk in the room and look us in the eye, I knew that this is where I was supposed to be, because we actually brought a little bit of what we all tasted, that fear, that misunderstanding, that hopelessness at that time, a little bit, just a little taste to them. So that drives me a little bit, including all the other wonderful things that were said, is just this idea that justice is real and that we create the justice that we want to see in this world. And sometimes that means a tiny taste of revenge upon the people that are out there to put us down, to make us suffer as a people. So I'm inspired by it.
And I think this leads to the next question of what are visions for a more just world? Like, what is the vision for a more just world? Like, what do you think?
We got to get back to loving each other. We got to get back to seeing each other's humanity and who we are. And we have to prioritize those things that help us to grow as humans. What we're looking for here is not so much a revolution as an evolution. We need to decide what kind of bearers to this planet we are going to be, and what our future is going to be, and how we can support that. and how we can make that the best that we can for our children and for our grandchildren. So when I look forward and I think of what is my vision, I know I'm not going to win this. My lifetime is just a little drop in a bucket of all these people who have been fighting and working so hard to create better spaces every time when they leave this planet, you know, that the world was just a little bit better. And that's my goal, or my only hope. I don't think that I'm going to create this utopian thing, and that's not even what I'm working for. All I want is in this one little space, this one little corner that's like this one little drop that is my lifetime. I want it to mean something. I want to feel like when I'm done that I look back and I say, I used everything you gave me, everything. And yeah, it makes me a little emotional to think about, but that's exactly what it is. So I'm not looking for a destination so much as my job is just to move the ball forward. And I know I have the most beautiful kids in the world, and they're already picking up that ball. And every generation after us is just going to get better and better and better. And you have to have that kind of faith and hope, because that's what living's all about.
Beautiful. And Suli, ¿qué opinas tú? What is your opinion? What is your vision for a more just world, for the future? Or also, what else should the audience know about what hasn't been covered and what you're experiencing, right? We're already dealing so much with criminalization, with violence, with attacks to ourselves, with attacks to our communities. So what do we envision?
Yo creo que como una visión para un mundo mejor tiene que ver mucho con este respeto a la vida, el respeto a la tierra, a nosotras como mujeres también. Creo que yo cuando me pienso en un mundo mejor es uno en el que nosotras podamos vivir en nuestras tierras, nuestras comunidades sin ninguna amenaza, que no vengan más, a veces una lo mira y es como muy complicado imaginárselo así, que no vengan más personas extranjeras o de externas a querer robarnos nuestros territorios, a querer robarnos nuestra autonomía. Y creo que para lograr eso tiene que ver mucho con el trabajo en conjunto que nosotras podamos hacer, esta articulación, el darnos cuenta de que nuestras luchas, que no estamos solas, sino que nuestras luchas van de la mano con muchas más compañeras, con muchos más compañeros, con muchos más pueblos, y poder compartir entre todas y todos, ayudarnos, acuerparnos también en nuestras luchas, es lo que nos va a ayudar a lograr tener eso, ¿no? Un mundo en el que nosotras podamos ser felices, en el que nosotras podamos vivir bien, o como dicen las compañeras y los compañeros zapatistas, un mundo en el que quepan otros mundos y que, bueno, sean posibles todas nuestras formas de vida.
Thank you. And hearing from Dunia, same question, and adding to it, like, in what ways is your struggle being criminalized right now as well?
Hola.
Hola.
Bueno,
Thank you for allowing me to be this very important space and to exchange the different struggles and knowledge. Something that motivates me to continue in the struggle. A struggle for truth. We know that's something that's very important. Something that has motivated me to continue is what is the truth that comes from Rio Blanco. It's not an easy fight, but learning from learning about the important struggle of Berta Cáceres, I think this important struggle and emblematic struggle and the creation of Copin that inspires me personally to continue in our struggle, because we know that in our territories we have important wealth, that Honduras has important wealth which the transnational and national companies want to take out of our territories. And so the struggles are so important for me because they allow us to learn from our lives individually, and also being able to recognize where we're coming from and where we are today, because we know that our wealth is here today, our natural wealth, but if we don't fight, we will lose it. And so I think this is a challenge for us as the people who are fighting for our natural wealth and for our culture. This is a very important struggle. And Berta Cáceres continues to teach us about the importance, and she showed us with her fight and her struggle. And so it gives us strength to continue forward, because we know that even though she lost her life in that struggle, she has inspired many others. She continues to inspire us to continue forward, because we know that these are not easy struggles when we face difficult moments, because we do have very difficult situations where we could be criminalized, we could be murdered, and many other things. But what's important is to be inspired and to fight to transform our lives, to transform our society, and to ensure that the wealth of our country will remain our people's wealth, and that we can protect our land from being contaminated, from our social fabric being ripped apart, because as women we suffer so much from the impact on our lives. And so it's an inspiration to continue this legacy, to continue this struggle that Berta taught us. She was a very brave woman who confronted huge, powerful companies. And she faced them to protect our well-being, and so that motivates me to continue and inspires me to continue fighting for the well-being of my communities.
And Eve, I would love to hear from you about what are ways, or what is needed for your organization to articulate and join these struggles? The question of, we're hearing about these different struggles, different places. So what are the ways in which we can join these struggles? Or also what are the ways in which we can support, right? Everyone that's here, that's watching, how can we support you all? And how can we join with each other?
Well, speaking for me, I, like I said, at one time I was with HELP, which is the Humanitarian Enterprise of Loving People Association when we first started out. And once, that was not their goal originally, to be an environmental group. So eventually they came back to what their goal really was. And from there, I joined LEAN, which is out of Baton Rouge, with Mary Lee Orr, which is the Louisiana Environmental Action Network. So inside of our actual community, the group would be Rise St. James, which, although I'm not a member of their group, I do support a lot of their actions, and I do whatever I can with them. So I'll just have to hand that part off to Sharon as far as what she would like and how guys can support her.
Well, we have a lot of groups outside of New Orleans that come to help us whenever we're doing action, like marches, demonstrations, and helping us get out the word to the public officials by writing letters and doing live streams, doing billboards, talking to the clergy so they can join forces with us to help us convince the public officials in St. James Parish to rescind their decision with Formosa Plastics and any other industry that's trying to come into St. James Parish. So most of the things that we need is outreach. We need people to join with us and to help get the word out to the right people that hold high offices, and to help support us in those ways. Mainly getting the word out. You know, our governor, talk to our governor, even though he approved this industry to come in. Let people know that St. James is still alive and we want to stay alive, and we want to do things to help the people and to make our health better by giving us clean air, clean water, clean soil, and just helping us, just reaching out to us and help us with our struggle.
Thank you. I also want to hear from you, Jen, with this question as well. Of the same question. How can the audience support your struggle?
I did talk about it yesterday, but for the folks that weren't with us yesterday, I think there's such a wide variety of things and actions that people can take. And obviously a lot of that is a choice around the level of action and the kind of level of risk that you're willing to take, from coming to the front lines and putting your body on the line, to online actions and campaigns. We have campaigns against investors and online actions, petitions. Everything can be found on our website at yintahaccess.com. We'll put that in the chat. There are, we had a week of action in the fall where every day we would target a different contractor that was working on the pipeline. There is a wide variety of campaigns that you can support in our fight against CGL. I think that it's also really important that people understand that this isn't just a fight against one pipeline. I mentioned this yesterday several times as well, this is about sovereignty. It's about freedom for our people. And of course, we recognize that our freedom is tied to the liberation of all peoples. And so sharing information, hosting webinars. I know that there, have been requests from a huge variety of institutions like universities, as well as different faith groups that have become really involved in supporting the Wet'suwet'en. And so we have been a part of doing presentations and webinars and panels, and all of those things are really important to talk about and information to get out there. Of course, there is financial support. And I think that in COVID pending, in the next couple of seasons, in the summer and the fall, things are going to be really ramping up here in Wet'suwet'en territory as far as their construction. They got a permit to divert Wodzinqua to use for their drilling process to drill under the river. And theoretically, there's only a short window of time that they can do that because of it's our main salmon spawning river. And so we recently found out that they are going to be using a process called micro tunneling. And so instead of trenching it and then putting the pipe in and then covering it, they're just going to be like have this machine that's like pushing the pipeline through at the same time as like creating the path for the pipe. It's called micro tunneling, and that has nothing to do with the size of the pipe, I learned. And so they're doing that because they found out that all of the ground around the river is unstable. And so the trenching method just wouldn't work. None of their methods are going to work anyway, but at any rate, on the ground support is going to be really critical come the summertime and the fall. Obviously, the pandemic has been a huge barrier for us in getting people to the front lines, and we are pretty isolated here in the north, in what is so-called British Columbia, Wet'suwet'en and Yintah. And so I think any other way that folks can be creative and creating actions and campaigns. Last year, when our chiefs evicted Coastal GasLink and then the subsequent raids by the police on our people, there were actions all across Turtle Island, and we saw Shut Down Canada, and people were taking actions in cities, on railways and highways, and targeting banks and investors and occupying government offices, and so many things that were super supportive and helpful. And so it's kind of a big question, like, what can people do? There's a really diverse range of actions that people can take, whether it's like writing a letter to currently it would be like the Northern Health Officer, because they keep running man camps and bringing transient workers in and that are bringing COVID into our communities. Yeah, all of these things are on our website, yintahaccess.com, as well as links to our social media pages. And there's even a page of like suggested things that you can do to help. Oh, it's a Masai.
Beautiful, thank you. Check out the chat because there's some links that are going to be in there. If someone can put that link in as well so that the audience has access directly to it. Here's the question for Anne is, how can companies get away with manipulating local and national policies and laws so that those, especially diverse and Indigenous peoples who are actually living at the source of the energy project, are not considered in the decision-making process of approving such a project? Also, the same question, that one with the question of how can the audience support your struggle?
Well, I think I appreciate the questions. Thank you. I think, in order to address this, we just have to all come to a basic understanding that these are constructs that are colonial constructs that have never been meant, are designed to never serve us. So these decisions are never going to be made in our favor. And I think that we've been recognizing this for so many generations and working with these. As Indigenous folks, I think we recognize this, and when it comes to these big corporations, it's the same way. They're basically tied in, and we understand the decisions that they're making are never based on to benefit the health and welfare of the common person, the regular you and I sitting, trying to live our life and our children. We understand this. So we need to challenge these laws. We need to challenge them if they're unjust. We need to challenge the law. We need to know the laws. And if they're unjust laws, we need to challenge them. And that's how we get to change those in this, in this construct that we have to live in today under this so-called democracy. Had we been in our own traditional governance systems, we would have different treaties with folks. My grandmother, she's 101 years old. Her name is Oyate Brush Breaker. We call her Grandma Marie. And she always encouraged us to study the treaties that our nation made with the United States government, and that those treaties are what dictate how we live our life and like how we address this struggle. So when we come across these, as a Lakota woman, as we come across these agreements between multinational corporations and the federal government, especially on our traditional treaty lands, we don't really recognize those as valid, and we stand strong in that. And that's something that inspires me to continue to do this work, especially when I mean, just really anywhere, but just recognizing that the land bases, the indigenous land bases, that especially as Lakota people, and I'm far from my homelands, I know this, but I know that that is something that inspires me. And I think that folks with treaties, or we recognize those inherent rights, we kind of walk a little bit differently than others. I don't know, there's something about it. Trying to explain how it is, but come from a long line of warriors that fought this federal government, and I know we all, and our indigenous people, we come from that, and so we have never accepted the defeat. In my family line, there's our original name is deaf ear. They translated it to defying ear, and what that meant was that relative was, he didn't want to listen to the federal government when they came in to take our lands and push us all on the reservations. And so he basically did what we're all doing now. And so can you imagine that was happening that many generations ago? So I feel like, we continue that legacy. To this day, we're going to continue that, as my grandmother taught us, and continue to teach our children this as well, as an inspiration. And when we're addressing these agreements, like I said, between the corporations and the federal government, any of these laws that are meant to put us down or make our lives really difficult, we really need to stand up and change those. And they call it good trouble, or whatever, nonviolent direct action, or what have you, but sometimes you look at those laws and you have to read them very carefully, because there's always a loophole in that law somewhere. There's always a loophole, and you got to look carefully for those as well. So that's just what I'd like to share about that right now. Thanks.
Thank you. A question for Sherry. In what ways is your struggle being criminalized?
Well, about halfway through, they started these new anti-protest bills, which they have going off all over the country, and we're the only ones I know of that are challenging those bills. But what it does is it lifts the being on critical infrastructure to felonies. And so that's what Anne and myself and several other people are battling right now, is because we kind of have those felonies standing over our heads right now. And so that's one part of it. But also they just come up with stuff that they want to. I remember one time they put out a whole video about me, like an entire video, and it turned out to be an actor that they had hired. And they came on and said everything, that I was rich, and I was trying to take advantage of the system and all this stuff. But at one point they had me as public enemy #1 for Louisiana Oil and Gas Association. So, it's not just a issue of systemic problems, and you end up with all these problems in your community, or them trying to separate you out in your community. And so you end up having to face that as well. But the law definitely has changed since people started fighting back. And a lot of that came from people who fought the Dakota Access Pipeline. They were just so effective and so connected and amazing and powerful that the government really knew that they were going to have a fight on their hands. And so now they're trying to change those laws to cause more problems.
And Carla, same question for you. In what ways is your struggle being criminalized?
Estaba tratando de, voy a tratar de como combinar un poco las preguntas.
I'm going to try to kind of combine a couple of the questions that we have heard. And so I'd like to say that currently 2 of our Garifuna sisters and 30 other people were accused by a foreigner and someone who recently went into the community, as Miriam mentioned yesterday, has been criminalized. They're in a legal case which is weighing on their shoulders because they were defending their own territory. They have legal documents, legal land titles for this territory. It's not, that they were just there, they don't have any land titles. No, they have land titles since 1991. It says that the community has collective land titles, and so they're defending Northern Canadian capital interests. And they're saying that these colleagues in this specific case are doing the same thing that the Mara gangs are doing in Honduras, so they're displacing the people. It's important to think how our daily struggles can't always be in the same line, but we can see, what can we do globally or what can we do together? And so we need to have a stop to the criminalization, specifically in Central America, the murder of leaders who are fighting to protect life in their communities. It's also important to look for the way of calling attention to the issue of migration. At some point, we've talked about, what was still missing, how our communities are the first who are creating these migrant caravans to go to the southern US border, but then they aren't granted any status once they cross the border. But because they're not a court process in the United States, they can't return to their territory waiting for a response. And so I think that we could ask that there are more visibility for the Berta Cáceres law, which is extremely important for the Honduras people, not just some of the communities, but there needs to be careful attention to the Berta Cáceres law, because we're saying until there is a reinstallation of democracy or equality within government, they should pull all of the funds that are holding up the government that is attacking the well-being of our communities. And so why shouldn't we ask the United Nations or all of the international organizations to write a treaty to defend all defenders of life, common good, land, and environment around the world, so that these kinds of laws that are being created to criminalize these individuals, they don't have an impact, and it will allow us to at least continue with our struggles and to continue raising our voices, because all of these laws look to silence us. And as I said before, they're not winning, because even though they look to silence us, we continue to speak louder and louder.
That's right. And I think that this space is an example that the more they try to silence us, the louder our voice gets, right? Everyone here is doing that in their daily life, with their existence, with their resistance. So Berta, this is a question for you. In what ways is your struggle being criminalized?
Bueno, decir que...
So unfortunately in our country, and regardless of all the efforts that we have carried out to change the situation of violence, there has been an expansion of corruption, violence, political persecution. And so sadly, it's something that, it's against what we fight for every day. We've seen that there's been a worsening of the situation faced by those who defend any fundamental rights or any territorial rights, because there are major economic interests that's related to the exploitation of common goods. And so I think it's important to say that we are saddened by this, and we continue fighting for the justice for my mom, that the criminal structure that attacked my mother continues, and it continues to try to continue the impunity and to achieve what it sought with my mother's murder, which was destroying the community's struggles, specifically struggle of Copin, but also the resistance of women, the women who are organizing the people to stop these economic interests in our territories. And so there has been a major criminalization of Copin specifically, and as the daughters of Berta Cáceres, there have been a lot of campaigns against us. They say we're involved in drug trafficking. They're trying to, I'm not going to repeat everything they say because I don't want to promote their message, but that's why we, amid the fear in our country, we don't have necessarily the freedom that we would like. Sometimes we can't go out because it can be a space that could be taken advantage of to do us harm. And so we know that our struggle is important. And so I think it's important to say it's not just the companies, but also the states who have not only persecuted us, because there is persecution against the colleagues in Wapinol and the Garifuna community, when they have faced enforced disappearance, which is one of the most painful and serious acts of violence that a community can experience. This is a horrible, horrible situation, and the state doesn't do anything. But also the omission of the state in the face of these attacks, they don't do anything to change the situation. And so what do we have? We have our struggle, we have international support, and there are many, many people who are reacting, they're calling us. And there's the Berta Cáceres law is an important pressure on the Honduran government because they're afraid. They're afraid that they will lose the funds. They will lose the backing because this is what essentially sustains the military and the narco dictatorship. So we will continue with our ancestors, with our spirituality, these different, my mother, she's one of the ancestors and she is continuing to protect us. And so for that reason, to guarantee life, not just personally myself, but of all the people who are fighting in Honduras and all these efforts that have been carried out internationally to denounce and make visible what's happening. This has been very, very important for us, and to feel a little more calm, because sometimes the fear can paralyze us or can at least take away the tranquility and can impact our peace, struggle, and resistance. So there's a difficult situation, and we know this is happening in many indigenous territories, in many communities who are defending their struggles and their rights. And so I think we always need to continue, reaching out in solidarity among us and, sharing the voice of all of the communities who are part of this broad struggle.
Thank you so much for that, Berta. Frida, it would be wonderful to also to hear from you how your struggle is being criminalized.
Hi. So I think back in 2015, the government created what they call Bill C-51, which is defining us as, hang on a sec. It's a terrorist act. So they're defining us as terrorists if we're interfering with any what they deem critical infrastructure. So they created that act because we, as Indigenous people, have never surrendered or given up our land. So they created this act to try and criminalize us for stopping projects that we don't agree with. So what that act does is anybody that protests to block projects that they deemed critical infrastructure, ever since they passed that Bill C-51, our numbers of support have diminished. Like there's barely, we used to have so many people coming up to support us, but since they passed that act, people are afraid that they're going to be deemed as terrorists and be put on a no-fly list and saying you're a threat to Canada's security. So once they pass that act, a lot of people are afraid to come to front lines or afraid to stand up for what is right. So that's how the government has tried to criminalize us by creating an act that even if they suspect we're doing, even if we haven't been charged with anything, even if they suspect us to be leading anything that's blocking their critical infrastructure, they can try and label us as terrorists and criminalize us for that. So that's how we've been impacted in Canada by them creating, again, like I said, they create legislation, they create all the rules to benefit themselves. So that's how we've been impacted.
And I think it's so important to highlight that state violence it's inherently anti-Black, anti-Indigenous. It's being used to impose neoliberalism, extractivism, and to push, criminalize and push their ideas, their laws that are made to maintain their power. And so Frida, just a follow-up question of what is important for the audience to know that was not covered in this documentary?
Well, the thing that wasn't covered in our documentary is that it's mostly women that I noticed what's common between all our communities, what we're struggling with, the commonality is water. We're trying to protect water because water is life, and air. And it's mostly women because we're the ones that bring children into the world. We're the ones that nurture and raise up our children so that they know right from wrong. So it's because of our children why we're doing all this, and it's mothers, it's aunties, it's grandmothers, all the ones that are concerned for our future of our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, the unborn. We're all doing it for the same reason. And the same way our grandparents, our great-grandparents did it for us so that we can have clean water, we can have clean air to breathe. They did it for us, and now they passed us the torch for us to do it for the next generations. And eventually we'll pass the torch to the next generation, training them and teaching them how to care for the land, how to care for the water, because that is our responsibility. It's not an option. It's a responsibility that we need to take that torch and do what we can, do our part. We can't just talk, we got to do our part to protect the water and conserve the water. We shouldn't waste our water, and teach others. And you can learn on our page, our Facebook page, of everything from what I've been doing for the last 11 years is to protect the water, protect the air for the next generations, for my grandchildren, for my niece I spoke of, Oyate, for her children, her grandchildren. It's a responsibility for every human on this planet that you have to do your part. You have to get educated, learn more about your culture, because everybody's ancestors lived off the land. Every one of our ancestors were self-sustaining. And this economic wheel that pushed all of that aside and made that not important, we have to push that back to the forefront and make it important again on how to sustain ourselves, how to feed ourselves, and find, it's not just about the economy. We have to learn about our culture and the social impacts of all these big mass of wanting more and more and more is impacting us socially as well as economically. So people need to relearn from what our ancestors did and go back to that, go back to the basics. Because if we don't go back to the basics, we won't be self-sustaining. We'll continue to be dependent on a government and industries that don't care about us. They don't care about the people. They don't care about what happens to us. So we need to care about what happens to us and start creating our own economies, creating our own food security, and going back into buying local, trading with each other. We used to trade with each other, trade services for food, trade food for services, back and forth. We need to go back to the old ways in order to sustain ourselves.
And thank you, Frida, for bringing us full circle as why it's so important to have this panel, but women warriors. That's why this space is women, right? The next question, or the same question, Sharon, it would be wonderful to hear in what ways your struggle is being criminalized.
When they try to sneak these laws in on us, and we weren't aware that they were trying to do these things, you know, to stop us, to shut us up, to keep us from demonstrating, from having marches. And then when we found out about it, we immediately protested against it. So that was a plus for us, because we these people that make these laws and stuff, most of them are far industry that's poisoning us and killing us. So they wanted to shut us up by trying to put these laws into place until we caught on to one of them. I think it was House Bill 197. We protested against that. We got the word out to the people, and it was the governor in Louisiana. He vetoed the bill. So that was a plus for us. So the way they try to sneak things on you, and the way our public officials don't let the people in the community know what's going on, and they vote things in without even bringing it to our attention. So we have to be on top of everything that goes on in our community, because if we don't, they're gonna have the upper hand on us. So we as the community have to stand up and do what we know is right to protect ourselves and protect our movement. That's what I think.
Oh, thank you. We're going to be ending in just a few minutes, but Jen, I want to bring the question to you as well, in the ways in which I'm not sure if I asked you this question in the way that your struggle is being criminalized.
Well, I think Frida probably has answered that for the most part. We're in the same community. She's my father clan. We're neighbors. But I think one of the things that I will mention is the way that, when Frida was talking about how she wanted Oyate to leave because she was worried that MCFD, which is the Child Services Agency here in British Columbia, would come and remove Oyate, saying that her mother had put her in harm's way, that is absolutely 100% what they did. So when they went in on January 7th, 2019 and invaded the Gidimden checkpoint at 44 kilometer, they brought with them attack dogs, snipers, they had lethal overwatch, they had helicopters, they had paramilitary police, and they had social workers there ready to take children and remove them from their parents. Because they went in with all of that force that you saw on the documentary Invasion. They went in with all of that thinking that there were children present. They didn't know that I had gone and drove out there the night before and picked up my niece, my 3-year-old niece, and taken her home with me. And that my nephew was at my cousin's house. Like, they went in there thinking that there was a 3-year-old and an 8-year-old present with snipers and lethal overwatch and attack dogs and all the things. And so I think that that is a real concern for people, and especially people with, like my sister and her husband, they have 3 kids. I now have a 1-year-old niece as well, that live out on the territory. So they've been living on a cabin out on the yintah since 2014. And so this is happening, you know, like it's going right through Frida's home, and it's going to go right through my sister's backyard. And so, you know, folks that want to come out and be involved and support, you know, there are people that are families and they really believe in the cause and they really want to protect the territory for their children. And the risk is that if you're doing that, then, you know, they could use that as a reason to come and take your children away from you. And so I think that that is just like an extra layer that folks are having to deal with on top of, you know, the very real threat of being arrested and spending time in jail, as well as having like people, like we've had buildings burnt down. We've had people come out and like throw things at our people out on this logging road, you know, like local people will get really drunk on the weekends and then like come out and yell and make threats and throw things. And so all of these things are really, you know, really impact people's level of fear. And I think that that is a very real tactic that the government and the industry will use. And I don't actually really like to focus on that. I think that I would rather always try and reframe things as to what it is that we're fighting for instead of what it is we're fighting against, because there's, you know, we're always going to be under attack. We're always going to be targeted. And so to me, that can feel sometimes like it's too big, or, you know, and that's the narrative that people are always trying to push, is that it's a done deal. It's going to happen anyways. And, you know, like you might as well get a piece of the pie, or, you know, like that kind of rhetoric, I think can be really overwhelming sometimes for people. And so I don't ever want to focus on like what it is that we're fighting against, because to me, I'm always fighting for Wudzinqua. I'm fighting for my nieces and nephews and my son, you know, I'm fighting for their children and my future grandchildren. Like, I'm not fighting against a pipeline because I don't really give a fuck about the pipeline. Like, I care about having clean drinking water and my baby niece who's 1 year old being able to drink out of the river, being able to drink out of Wudzinqua. Like, that's, I think, the really important thing to walk away with. and remember when you're thinking about these struggles, like, yeah, it's hard. That's why it's called a struggle. And yeah, we need support. And so I would rather recruit people to fight for something with me than to fight against something. So that's all I'll say. What's say?
Coming after the children is evil. It's the scariest thing as a parent. They're your world. It's an example of how it's an attack and it's an intention to kill and it's an intention to hurt. And we are continuing to fight for the future. Thank you for framing it like that, Jen. We're gonna start closing and I just wanna go through and ask each of the panelists just a minute reflection of what you want the audience to leave with. So Jen, I would like to start off with you if that's okay.
Pardon? Just reflections?
Yeah, 1 minute, what you want the audience to leave with.
I guess my hope is that folks will be leaving with some more tools, some information, and really, like, I am incredibly inspired by all of the women that are on this panel, and I hope that that is like translated to all the folks that are attending and inspires them to do whatever it is that is in their capacity to do, to support all of the people that are doing all the heavy lifting, including donating to our main fundraiser page. Let's put another plug in. Masai.
Absolutely. If you have been inspired by the women these past 2 days, go on, donate. We have a few minutes right before our raffle, but to continue, Sharon, same question for you. What do you want the audience to leave with?
I want the audience to leave with the fact that people need to stand up and fight for what they have and for their rights. And we should teach our children and instill in them that they need to do the same thing. We need to educate them on what to do, on their rights, on their territory, on everything in life, that they need to learn from our ancestors, learn how to survive in your hometown, in your city, in your community, and stand up for what you believe in. So I want people to take that away with them and stand up and speak up. If you know something is right, speak up for it.
Thank you. Berta, la misma pregunta que quieres.
Berta, the same question for you. What would you like the public to take with them?
Bueno, no, solo decir que pues.
I also call on the youth, the girls who we know that in our families, they're learning from these struggles, and it's important to transmit this force that all of the colleagues that have been in the panel today, it's important to transmit that power. So we know that in all of our life spaces, these ideas and message can permeate our life spaces, and that the struggle, we have to know that these are our long-term struggles. And we're not talking about small struggles. We're talking about a perspective of life that's very different from the main system. And so it's important to transmit and expand as much as possible this message. And so in this life that we look to construct with justice, joy, and peace, we shouldn't forget that this is an effort for all of us. And so as I mentioned yesterday, Everything we do, it's important. We will see the results. Maybe it won't be as quickly as we would hope, but we shouldn't let this lack of hope overwhelm us. I trust when I see the strength I've seen in the world, in my country, in the new capacities of the youth. And so we need to continue. I'm thinking about that. To all the other ladies, I hope we continue to use our intelligence. It'll be important to apply all of our intelligence, all of our energy, our hope. We all need to, to work and to organize in this ongoing learning process that we're always a part of. And so my energy, my strength, my commitment, and whatever we need to do, we will continue. So you have that clarity that I will continue, and we'll continue to support each other mutually.
Thank you. Anne, same question for you. What would you like the audience to take away from this weekend?
Well, thank you for having us all here today in this conversation. And I think one of the things is just the interconnectedness of the struggles from the north all the way down to the south. The interconnectedness and the struggles that we're all facing is really, it's all the same. It's all similar struggles that we're all facing on the same timeline here. And that that we do need support, and for I think we need some mentorship and some, I don't know, some kind of a training to help the younger generation to pick up this work. Yeah, we really need our younger folks to just keep that education, like how my grandmother did with us, to really kept pushing, learn the treaty, learn the treaty, learn the treaty. I think I know the treaty already, and just telling us how to embrace that, so that we walk with that as our sort of our mainstay, that we have this solid solid connection to our land. And I think folks if folks could walk away from this with, I don't know, just to have some courage, to take courage and to don't be afraid to stand up and to look to your shoulders, to the left and to right, and to recognize the support that is coming and that is there for you. You might not see it, you might not see who's next to you, but those are your ancestors that you don't see. So don't be afraid to stand up and to do what's right. Don't be afraid. Take courage, have the convictions and take courage.
Thank you. Eve, it would be wonderful to hear from you too.
I think I would like everybody to take away the fact that you can do something, even if you think it's just a little thing. If you don't want to go on the front line, you got to understand that. But you can write a letter, you can do some encouragement, you can pray for these people who are going through these struggles, and understand that today, yes, it's that person over there, but it could just as easily be your neighborhood. So you need to prepare yourself and decide, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to stand there. And I think from going over the 2 days, it's obvious that we are all connected. And just because it starts in one place, it doesn't mean that it's not going to affect where you are. So you have to educate yourself, and you have to be ready and take action.
Thank you. And Carla?
Bien. A mí me gustaría.
I would like to leave in that mind to the people who have been here with us this weekend and seeing these different documentaries and listening to the voice of these amazing women and the work that they're carrying out. I'd like to share with them the thoughts that This is just a small example of things that are happening in the world, that the same problems in Honduras and the United States, these are happening throughout all of the communities, the Indigenous and Black, or the economically poor communities around the world. We're talking about all the continents in the world. And in all of these conversations, we've talked about our generational renewal, the future generation. But if the rivers are destroyed, if the forests are destroyed, then, and life is not respected, and the rights that each peoples has to live based on their own codes, this future generation won't arrive. It won't make it. And so I'd like to leave you with the idea that if that's okay, if you can live with that a future generation won't exist, not our future generation, the world's future generation. And if you can live with that, you stay home and waiting for the end. But if you can't live with that, this is the time to do something. That's all I'd like to say.
And last but not least, Frida. Any closing words, closing thoughts, what you would like the audience to leave with?
You cut out. Did you say Frida? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, the translation. It's hard when we're doing so many languages, I understand, but yes, Frida, asking if you have any closing thoughts, words, what you would like to leave the audience. What would you like the audience to leave with?
I hope they would leave inspired to do something. Like what others have said, that each of us have our own gifting, what we're good at. Some people are good at administration, some are good at finances, some are good at fundraising, some are good at speaking. You can hold small events in your own little community and share the same information, the videos, what you saw in here. You could have your own little Zoom meetings where you can invite all your friends and show these videos again and share what you learned with others. And I always go back to saying people power. The more people that get involved and the more people that stand up, that's the only way we're going to make change. Every time something big was ever changed, it took just one person standing up and the rest followed. As I'll use the example where we had a support that was standing in front of Parliament. He was the only person standing there. Every day he would be holding up his sign and he was the only one. And then before you know it, this was a youth. He had like the whole front of the Parliament stairs in Victoria speaking about the wrong that was happening against my people. It just took one person and then everybody came. So all it takes is, you may think I'm only one small person, but one small person can do a lot. And even contact or go to our Facebook page or our web page to find out how can I help. Every little bit of help works, and I look forward to learning more about sorry that I missed most of the beginning because I mixed up my times. I didn't get to hear or watch some of the earlier videos, so I will go to the link and watch the videos on what the other struggles are and do what I can to promote those struggles on my page or my clan's page, and encourage others to do the same, to share on your pages of what's going on elsewhere, and together helping each other, we can do this. And don't give up praying. Prayer is powerful, and prayer can move mountains, they say. Prayer can divide the seas. So don't give up your faith, and don't give up hope for a better future for our children and for clean water and clean air. Don't give up, and just keep going. And like others said, teach your children. the right way to go so that they will take care of the water and they will take care of the land and not exploit it and destroy it.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you that have been here and shared all of this with us. I am sure that the audience is taking that, reflecting on that, and is inspired. There are no other words. So with this, gonna continue to another part. Jen, would you please lead us into the raffle?
Okay, so we are, where are we? Going to do the raffle. We were going to give folks a minute to buy some last minute tickets, but you kind of sprung it on me there for, so I was supposed to have somebody, where are you, Candace, screen sharing the raffle? And doing the thing. There we go. So we went $766 over our goal. Woo! Congratulations, everybody. That means that every community will at least get $1,000 just from the raffle alone. That's not including our main fundraiser page, which, as I mentioned before, is going to be open until April 22nd on Earth Day. So
I'm stopping the share 1 second, Jen, so I can go to the back end and end the raffle so that we can draw.
Right, because we were going to do it at 4:30 and it's 4:03. So I just want to thank all of the contributors, everybody that donated items. And like I said, if there was something that you really had your heart set on and you don't win it, because that's the luck of the draw. No, I'm just being cheesy. But for example, if you wanted like a Wet'suwet'en and Strong t-shirt, they're pretty amazing. There are links to websites and social media pages, etc., for each of the items. So I think, Candace, you can just draw manually.
I think if we do manually, we have to download them. So I think what I'll do is just go ahead and are we ready to end it and stop selling the entries? And then I'll do the quick draw or the draw.
Yeah, that would be great.
Amazing. Candace, we see your screen, not problem as far as.
Pardon?
Sorry guys, this is the first time we're doing this, but you can see the fun part of the back end of a raffle.
We were so excited to learn about this feature on this fundraising page. So those of you that have made a donation, you may have noticed when you went to your checkout, there's like an option to tip Rally Up. And that's because Rally Up doesn't take a percentage of the funds raised. So they have like a processing fee that every platform will have, but they don't take a percentage of all of the money. And instead, as an option, we chose the tip option. So it's up to the people that are donating to offer a tip to the platform, but it's completely optional. And so that's the one that we chose if folks saw that. And just so you know, everybody, we still have a poetry reading and a closing. We're just doing the draw. Our very talented, brave and powerful Anne Spice will be reading some poetry for us. Someone that has been supporting the Wet'suwet'en for many years. So please don't go anywhere. Stick around. Draw winners.
Okay, we're ready. I think it's just we press the button. So
Perfect. Let's do it.
yeah. Apparently it's thinking.
Oh, there we go. Yay. So, oh, look at that. Carol, you've won twice. Christian has won twice. Danielle, Eliza, James, John, Julie, and Carla. Kathleen, Laura, Marta, Mike. Oh, Renee. I'm sorry. I'm really excited about the people that I know. Rolando, Roxanne, Scarlett won twice, and Sophia. We have all of your contact information. Maybe we'll stop sharing the screen right now so we don't show everybody. And so you will automatically get an email telling you which item that you won and that you have won. And then hopefully you have entered all of your information in the form, such as a mailing address, so that people can send you your prize. And if you haven't, then somebody from the team will be contacting you for your mailing address so that you can get your prize. Thank you again, everybody, for your donations and everyone that purchased raffle tickets. If you didn't win something and you really wanted something, please do check the page. There's links to websites and Facebook pages and Instagram accounts. We are also going to be doing an online auction through the same platform. Will end this day. Our campaign ends on April 22nd, Earth Day. So keep your eyes open for that email. And thank you, everybody, for all the generosity. And we will move to close. Masai.
Thank you so much, Jen. So now I just wanted to introduce Anne Spice to you all here. Anne Spice is here to do a poetry reading and share their beautiful words with us. They've been supporting land defense struggles in Wet'suwet'en territory for many years now, and they are an incredible, incredible human being. So thank you so much, Anne, for being here. Anne Spice is a queer, Indigenous, feminist, and anti-colonial organizer, acting assistant professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at Ryerson University, and an associate fellow at the Yellowhead Institute. She has been actively supporting the Indigenous land reoccupation in Wet'suwet'en territories since 2015, and her work dwells in the intersection of Indigenous geographies, histories, and futures of Indigenous resistance, poetry, and art. Her writing has been published in Environment and Society, Jacobin, The New Inquiry, and Asparagus magazine. And so I'm going to pass the mic to you, Anne, and also invite you to say, to identify yourself and add anything that I missed.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And so I want to thank Melissa and Sam for helping to pull this together, and also just note that I'm so honored to speak, especially after all of the really beautiful and moving things we just heard, although it's going to be hard because I just cried so many times. So I'm trying my best to pull myself together. Jen and Frida, it's so good to see your faces. I miss you both a lot. So it's really lovely to see everyone and hear people's words in this space. I am inland Tlingit. My family comes from the area around Whitehorse, Yukon, the area we call Quan Lin. Yeah, as Melissa said, I'm a relative to the Wet'suwet'en. We were historical trading partners, the Tlingit and Wet'suwet'en, and I've had the privilege of being able to spend quite a bit of time on Wet'suwet'en territory. So this piece is something that I wrote as a way to process some of the events of last year, and in particular, the violent raid of Wet'suwet'en territories, during which both Frida and I were arrested, different parts of the territory. And so this is part of what I've written to sort of speak to that moment. So I'm just gonna go. Blood memory. I met my ancestors in jail. Some blood memory awoke to fluorescent lights and piss and indignity. But my rage muscled out the shame, and after 3 nights, when I emerged from the cell, we had shut down Canada and reconciliation was dead. How many of my ancestors held drums and sang defiant at the barrel of a gun? This anger flows in my blood, fills my throat, rivers run through me. We built a tower, stood on higher ground, screamed at the invaders when we were surrounded by the enemy. We kept singing. I dreamt once I ripped out a human heart with my hands, and when I awoke, I was calm as a frozen lake. Some blood memory. The night before the raid, it is cold and clear. The moon is bright and casts crisp shadows on the snow. The ring around the moon glows, a message from our ancestors that we are protected, loved, surrounded by kin. We know the police are coming in the morning. I do not sleep. A raven warns us of their approach. We hear the drone first and the snowmobiles, then see vehicles, police pouring out, then see rustling in the bushes as they snowshoe the perimeter, then the excavator, the chainsaws to break down the barricades. 2 black helicopters fly low, unloading tactical teams behind us. 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. 8 in total. They have dogs. That's my dog, barking in the background. A sniper kneels behind a flipped over van and aims his weapon at us. We are surrounded. 2 of us on the tower, 2 in the bus below. They are all armed. Semi-automatic weapons, tactical gear. We call out the ones with name badges. Others are only marked by numbers. We call out to them as well. You are invaders. This is conquest. This is genocide. We have permission to be here. We are unarmed. We have our ancestors behind us. Think of your children. Think of the river. Think of the land. Are you proud of yourselves? Your spirits will never recover from this. I tell myself to be calm, to move slowly. I tell myself there are 4 of us. There are over 70 of them, armed. They have come for us. Their guns are for us. They have trained for this. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The police move into the bus below and take my friends away. I sing the Women's Warrior song until I am breathless. Then they begin to scale the tower. They cut our prayer ties off with a chainsaw. I cry angry tears. They ask if we will hurt them if they climb. We say they are the violent ones. They put us in harnesses and lower us down with dead-eyed precision. They take us to jail. We are encouraged to sign conditions of release that would disallow us from returning to Wet'suwet'en territory. These conditions are later dropped. We are released and later cleared. The entire police operation was mounted to clear a blockade to allow the Coastal GasLink pipeline to access the territory without the consent of House Group chiefs. The entire police operation was mounted to undermine a system of Indigenous governance that predates Canadian occupation and settler law by thousands of years. The entire operation, the weapons, the lethal force, the millions of dollars spent, all were in service of enforcing a civil injunction. For months in the lead up to the raid, we were painted as criminals for living as Indigenous people. The police knocked on the doors of our remote cabins just to check in. They recorded our movements and filmed our license plates. They followed us berry picking. They pulled us over on back roads. They strode into our encampments. They asked us for ID. They enforced non-existent traffic control laws on remote Forest Service roads. They flew surveillance drones overhead and tracked our communications. They mapped our encampments with aerial surveillance. Our lives were tightly monitored and controlled. And in the end, they did not have to press criminal charges to deploy dozens of armed and trained tactical forces ready and able to kill. Months after the raid, I have a dream that I am trapped in a police encampment. When I try to escape, I am stopped by a smiling, white-haired policeman who presses a gun to my temple. I will shoot you, he is still smiling, and no one will care. I wake up, but am I free from this dream, this nightmare? This is what criminalization feels like. When the colonizers imagine a criminal, do they picture cedar hats, button blankets, that Indian with her hunting rifle, that Indian with his fishnet, that Indian with their eagle feather, that Indian with their drum? The omnipresence of state violence. It's the atmosphere we live in, the air we breathe, the gaze of the state, the knowledge of the growing police files on each of us, the fear of slipping up, paranoia, worthlessness, depression. The police invade our dreams. Etched over the unceded lands of Wet'suwet'en and Yintah are carceral geographies. The boundaries are patrolled, our actions are monitored. Spaces of unfreedom are a shadow over us. Every time we step into the light, we are reminded that it is illegal to seek our liberation. We must train ourselves in the laws of the colonizers. I spend months liaising with lawyers and preparing legal documents and advising the chiefs as best I can. In the end, the best advice I can give is that the courts will not serve us. This legal system is meant to displace us and reify colonial power. In the end, Indigenous laws are swept aside, and the uncertainty of Canada's legal title is glossed over. Never mind that British Columbia has no legal title to own these lands. Never mind that the Delgamuukw versus British Columbia decision affirmed that Indigenous title to these lands was never extinguished. Never mind the generations of oral history proving that Wet'suwet'en House chiefs have occupied and cared for their territories for thousands of years. Colonial governments have the power to violently enforce their laws, so their laws prevail. Industry uses every loophole to check the boxes they need to continue. Indigenous consent doesn't matter, and the project pushes on. When the daily police patrols, the jeering white supremacists, the surveillance and threat of violence start to wear on us, we remind each other that we have done nothing wrong, that we are not criminals, that we are defending the land, that we love the land and each other. But the feeling remains, tugging at the edges of our consciousness. They decide when we become criminals. It could happen at any time for any reason. The police are on foot at the smokehouses and cultural sites, patrolling with semi-automatic weapons. They stop our relatives when they come back from hunting. They respond to gunshots like we are on a city street and not in the bush. We hear that our relatives in Mohawk territory are being arrested, alone, pulled from their homes weeks and months after clashes with police, picked off on trumped up charges out of the tenuous protection of the media spotlight. Our cases grind through the courts while we try to keep the resistance alive. We do not walk in two worlds, or the two worlds are not the old ways and the modern world as some would have it. We exist on our lands within a web of relations that are as old as time itself. When we defend the land, we are not creating barriers to outside forces, but deepening connections and responsibilities that have always been there. Connections and relations that have held us and shaped us and created us as peoples. Colonial power attempts at every turn to redefine our worlds, to draw old meanings out of our lives and inscribe these colonial relationships on everything, to make us think that this is the way it must be, has always been. Our hunting grounds become construction sites. Our ancient trails become highways. Our rivers are technical problems. Our medicines are cleared for more profitable things. We are meant to look at the photograph of the police officer beside our smokehouse and see nothing unusual. The daily patrols fold into the rhythm of life for us. Police control is normalized. Our existence has always been criminal. We walk in our own world. This world born of rivers spilling from Raven's Beak, this world watched over by glacier women, this world where light spills from cedar boxes into the sky, this world where our ancestors walk and whisper to us from mossy corners of the forest. And the colonizers, they walk all over us. Here is what we must remember. When the police patrol ancient trails, they're walking in a world in which they do not and cannot belong, a world that will not claim them as it claims us. Our storytelling is powerful because it is a reminder of our belonging, a reminder that the invasion, the conquest is not normal or natural or the way things need to be, a reminder that we are connected to this land. We need to choose to live in this reality, the one where we are free and autonomous on our lands, the one where our lives and stories matter. This other world is a smokescreen, a cheap simulation, and we can see through it. When we speak of decolonization or land back or whatever the current language of resistance offers, we are talking about peeling back this layer of violence that has literally settled over Indigenous lands. We're talking about naming this system as oppressive, violent, foreign, and out of place. These lands do not belong to Canada, and Canada does not belong here. We're talking about treating our Indigenous laws as if they are the law. They are. About treating Indigenous peoples as if they are the people. We are. About treating other oppressed people here as our honored guests. About finding reciprocal relations with those who are capable and powerful and generous enough to return the gifts we have given them. Neo-fascist and white supremacist movements also attempt to make a deeply hierarchical social order appear to be the natural order of things. This is an old colonial trick and one that Indigenous people know about. We can be on the lookout for the naturalization of the carceral. Who belongs in power? Who belongs in jail? When does the rule of law apply? How is our mobility limited? When are our movements surveilled? How are our actions made suspect? Whose power is threatened by our existence? Carcerality seeps into our relations, into our dreams, but we can shake off this illusion. Colonizers have never been much good at magic. On the top of the tower, I feel a circle around me like the ring of the moon. The matriarchs are drumming for us. The ancestors are holding us and protecting us. I'm wearing my mother's parka. I gather it around me. Looking out over the snow below, drab police teeming at the base of the tower, I see the layer underneath. I peel away their illusion of control, of ownership, of colonization. They do not belong here. They do not belong to this land. We have permission to be here. Our ancestors are behind us. Our spirits will recover. We can dream something different. Ginashish.
Ingasai, Masai.
I'm having a really hard time holding it together with the power of this space and all of these incredible people that have come together to share with us. The first time that I heard just a part of this poem, not realizing that there was more, I was in tears and immediately wrote to Anne right away and messaged to ask if she could share this piece with all of us. And I just want to say, Anne, there aren't words to say how much your voice in this world is needed and cherished. Thank you so much for existing, and thank you so much to everyone here for existing. And I'm going to pass the mic now to Sam.
Thank you, Anne, for sharing your gifts with us. This event has been truly incredible, and I just feel like my heart is full. I hope everyone here is leaving inspired, like Frida said earlier. Eve was texting us earlier and saying, I don't think you and Melissa realize how powerful this festival is. And I don't know if I truly do, and I hope I don't know how truly powerful this will be. I feel like this festival is a continuation and also hopefully the start of something. I think it's the continuation because there are old roots here of communication and cross-pollination in service of defending Mother Earth. May this weekend be the start of a couple new vines on this old tree. May we stand up with good trouble and let these struggles move and connect each of us in stronger ways. We're here to show love and space for building movements in defense of life. I hope you have felt that and that the words and images from this weekend will stay with you and grow even stronger and deeper. With that, I want to say thank you for being present with us these past 2 days. We invite you to support these grassroots struggles and get involved in your local grassroots fights for water, life, people, and planet. We're living in incredible times of brutality and global pandemic, as well as bold times calling for radical imagination. Find your calling, stay humble, fight for the water. Thank you to everyone. I pass it back to you, Melissa.
I just want to invite everybody to say in their own languages, to thank everybody for coming out. All of the panelists, I just want to invite you to say thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Everybody.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Ilama
Psycho.
Thank you.
And Eve and Cherie, I just also want to make sure that you have space to leave the group with any final closing thoughts.
Well, this is Eve. my closing thoughts, this has just been so inspirational and so encouraging, and I hope that everybody can walk away feeling inspired. And I just thank you guys for being here and inviting me.
Yeah, wow, what a great panel and great movies. Thank you so much to Sam and Melissa. It was great having you in the swamp, and even greater to continue our relationship. I'm just so inspired by, as usual, by the women here. And I guess the last thing I want to say to the people who are still here and listening is just to remember that you hold the power. You have the power. And sometimes that means taking a deep breath and jumping. And that's what these women here have and people here have shown us. And I hope that you'll take that with you and realize that the banks that are funding this crap are all over the place. So there's plenty of targets out there and people to fight against and people to stand up for. So let's all get to work. And I'll see you on the front line.
Thank you so much, Cherie and Eve. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And we're just going to wrap up now, but I want to play a music video for you from Las Violetas Maches, the young Honduran artist who contributed music to La Lucha Sigue film, and just to raise up and elevate the power that art plays in all of these movements. Thank you so much. Feel free to hang around, stay in the chat, and watch the video.
Despertar a la mañana, saludar al sol, respirar la vida y que entra por la ventana. Música de los rincones ondula en el mar. Recordar lo simple es difícil de entender. Expresar mi cosmos en voces, esa luz que brilla al vibrar lo oculto. Abrazar tu realidad y completar una verdad. Y es que yo creo en vos y en este movimiento anfibio, materia, tiempo, cíclico en espiral, metódico, dualidad, disparidad, la ambigüedad de confiar, un paso más para saltar y transmutar la libertad, afirmar que vales, que desde mi centro traes esa energía que asimilo y en mis rimas canalizo, renegada encuentro el tránsito a este plano fatídico, etéreo, efímero. Despertar sudada por la madrugada y en cada momento, cada que interpelo adentro, respirar y luego liberar. Vivan las revoluciones que nos llevan a sanar. La música sonando en todas partes es un arte, compañera, que me escuches y escucharte. Lo esencial es crucial y aquí seguimos firmes, aunque nos lleve la vida a entender lo simple. Mi voz es un conjunto de voces feroces, mujer selva que por dentro lleva espíritus del bosque. Ando llena de amuletos que no me paran de cuidar, huelo rastros de manada que no me paran de guiar. Voy a salir a buscar esa mañana soleada y esa noche lunada con el poder de mis hermanas.